Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are live today.
So weird since you're at home.
We're all at your home.
What's that?
Since we're all at your home.
All at my house. Why does it sound so weird?
Does sound weird.
I think you sound weird.
Well, no, I don't mean my voice. I mean the processing of my voice. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe my voice is hitting the things strangely. Okay, anyway. Welcome. Thanks for showing up today. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hello to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share Colton with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
I looked for a second to make sure that I had not pushed an incorrect button.
No, it was me, not you.
That's all right. Yes, I was gone for a few days. I was out sick. People get angry when I'm gone, which I'm... There's a part of my brain that goes, oh, well, that's nice. And then the other part goes, it's still an odd reaction, though. It's an odd reaction to get angry at me when I'm never out sick. So when I am out sick, you know I'm sick. And the thing that sucks is, like, I wasn't, like, laid up sick. I was, like, just from the neck up, which is what I usually get. Mm-hmm. Like, my wife had a head cold a while ago, and usually those things sail right past me. This did not. Went to the Bears. I went to a Bears road game in Cleveland on Sunday. It was so fun.
How was that? It was amazing.
So fun to hit the road and, you know.
A whole 30 minutes?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, but by Sunday night, I was like, something's going on. Yeah. And so anyway, Monday, full blown, but just nonstop coughing. And if I can't talk, I can't work.
Right.
So I'm like, it wasn't like I was like horizontal the whole time. We got a whole box of rapid tests at Casa Cox too. So I'm like, just to make sure, before I emailed everybody, right? I was like, it's not a COVID thing because I took a rap test and I'm fine. People do have other things. People get other things. People get regular colds and whatever. Yeah, but it sucks because it's like if you're knocked out with something, then you can sleep all day and blah, blah, blah. This is just me, like, still doing work at home. Just couldn't talk. So I'm like, well, if I can't talk, I can't be in here doing this. So I don't sound awesome, but I can talk and I'm not coughing nonstop. So that's a plus.
It's kind of hot. It's kind of like how you had... Well, no.
Elapsed time, 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
It's like when, you changed your voice. You had that little voice modulator thing.
I know. I understand. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about my...
It's a real meaty, real hearty voice.
Meaty voice.
It's very meaty.
Welcome, Poundcake. Welcome to my meat.
Yeah.
Welcome to the meat of my voice.
I heard it was National Sunday.
It was what?
I heard it was National Sunday.
Not today. That was yesterday. Did your dad put out a post for National Sons Day? Hashtag National Sons Day, S-O-N-S Day. Is your father active on social media of any kind? Is he active on a social medium? Maybe not all of them, maybe not multiple. Is he active on a social medium? And on that particular medium, he posted a loving tribute to his son. He has two of them. Either one of you?
Well, he has a Facebook, and I don't know what he posted because I blocked him a long time ago.
Oh.
He has
a Facebook. All right, well, there you go. And so you don't know because you blocked him.
Yeah. I blocked him for being a snitch because I think he said something to my mom about something that I posted on my Facebook, and that was it. I was like, oh, so you're
You
a
blocked him
little
for
narc.
being a snitch.
I was like, you're a narc. Like all of a
Wow.
sudden now you want to have authority.
But he's an old man. He's your dad. That's what parents do sometimes. They narc.
Okay, well,
What
I
did he
blocked him.
tell your mom that you didn't want him to know? Do you recall?
No, I don't even remember what it was, but it was something minuscule, obviously, and
But it couldn't have been if you got that mad.
Well, because I think he overreacted to something that probably wasn't even that big of a deal.
I see.
I'm like, you're probably new to the Facebook game, and if I say damn or, the S word for poop, like he's like, oh, you have a
S word for
What other S word would he be?
I don't know, but that's just a funny way to describe it.
I think it would be great if you typed that out. S word for poop every time you were to refer to it.
Yeah, and then he alerted my mom, and so she's calling me like, hey, your father alerted me that you put something on your Facebook that probably wouldn't look. I'm like, see, not dealing with this. I accepted him, and now he's gonna be scrolling my Facebook for stuff to complain about. Nope, not doing it. Deleting him. Ooh, it feels so good.
Yeah, that's Poundcake. That's Poundcake blocking his dad over there on the Facebook.
Ooh, it feels so good.
Yeah, he likes. That's a good. Yeah,
great.
but back just in time for the Poundcake sports break. That makes me very happy. A lot of calls off the after hours line, and we'll see what happens. Right, we'll see what happens.
Can you just be honest with all of our customers and tell them that you spent 2 days crying because the Bears lost?
I spent longer than 2 days crying because the Bears lost. No, I didn't cry because the Bears lost. Again, I have the only time I go to a Browns game is when the Bears are in town, so it's not that often. And we had a lot of fun. I think your tickets ended up being better than mine.
Yeah?
You look like you're about 8 rows off the field.
10, yeah.
10.
We were 10 rows back.
We were further up. We were just right under the lip of the first balcony there, or the
okay.
mezzanine. So still, it was great. It was a lot of fun. But it was, I still don't understand what Jurassic Miles is.
I didn't know that either, and I didn't know if it was because his number is 95. Did that movie come out in 1995?
No, it came out in 92, I believe.
Even if it was,
92.
that's
I was
a
like,
deep
is that
cut
what
for
it
a
is?
connection.
I
But
couldn't
92,
make it.
93, but he's just a huge, it's his favorite movie.
Oh,
So
that's
he's
it.
just a big fan of dinosaurs, and he loves Jurassic Park.
Okay.
So that's all it
So
is.
there is okay. I didn't know if
Yeah.
that was something that had been created by the team. Boy, it's a good thing his favorite movie wasn't 7. So anyway, I was
that
like,
could still
Jurassic Miles. They have him up, the little replay
Little
there on the
raptor.
Jumbotron, and I didn't know what was going on. But no, it was a lot of fun, man. Of course, I'd love to see the Bears win. But, it was a solid win.
was a
and
great game.
It was a fine game, yeah. I mean, it was fun, and
It was my boyfriend's 35th birthday. That was his present, was going down to the Browns game.
was
And
he appropriately pleased?
He is... he was not happy with what I spent on the tickets, and he was...
Did you tell him?
I did not tell him, but when we got to our seats, he was visibly upset. And I was like, what? And he was like, I don't even want to know how much these cost. And I was like, then don't ask.
Oh, visibly upset.
Yeah, I was like, then enjoy your day and
Then
leave it
just
alone.
look at where you're,
Right.
watch the football game and shut up.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty
Shut
much.
up and have a birthday, you idiot.
Yeah, right? So as we were walking down, we're not even in our seats yet, and 2 rows back, someone goes, oh my God, Mary Santora? And I turned around, I was like, hey guys, what's going on? They're like, oh my God, 5 dudes. We're like, we're such big fans of the show. Can we please get a picture?
5 dudes. Can we kill your boyfriend since he seems unhappy
He
to be
doesn't seem like
sitting
he
there?
appreciates his present. You got to trade up, Mary.
We
Yeah.
weren't even in our seats yet, and he just kind of my boyfriend just kind of, he thinks it's funny. He rolled his eyes and was like, seriously, we're not even sitting down yet, and this is what. And then another customer was in line in front of me at the snack stand, and he bought me a Dr. Pepper and some peanuts.
Hey,
So
look at that.
AC customers showing up at the game, being very sweet. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I was
great.
so pissed that I couldn't find my jersey. Night before, I go, okay, pull the jersey out, and I go, where the F is my Hester jersey?
Well, it's probably been about, how long since you worn it? 10
That's
years?
precisely the
Yeah.
point. Yeah, a long time, but I thought it was in the back of the closet, so I'm digging through. Couldn't find any of my jerseys. So I'm like, oh, no, this isn't, and there's simply no way I could have gotten one. It's not like a week out where I could order one,
Right.
I have no
Day of.
idea where it was, so I had to settle for my Bears cap. But no, it was fine. It's fun going to a game. I forget how fun those games are.
It was so much fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And it was, Jesus, like 70
Perfect.
degrees.
72 and sunny. Oh my God, it was perfect.
Well, we were laughing because we're like, I envision a Browns-Bears game to be like December where everybody's got coats on and you're wearing the stocking caps of your
frozen
team.
tundra type
situation. Not
situation.
70 degrees. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. But no, I was not our listeners were appropriately kind to me over the game. A lot of F you, Alan. Bears suck. Go F yourself.
So nobody bought you a Dr. Pepper?
I'm like, I don't play for the team, right? It's my home team. And
Real quick, was that Dr. Pepper meant for you or was it meant for the 2-year-old?
Well, I told him I would get her one with the money that I saved. And he was like, well, that's the only stipulation. Then, so
yeah, right. Hey, next toddler you see, put this in their little mitts, all right? You might see one outside. Who knows? But it'll be fine. I will say a lot of Bears fans traveled this weekend because the White Sox were in town too. So there were a lot of Chicago sports fans that had come in, like they'd go to this. I talked to a couple of them. We do the Cox Out pre-games at the Ivy, and so there were a lot of Bears fans there, which ended up being a good thing because sometimes it's difficult to get Browns fans all riled up, which still kind of surprises me. They seem very, very complacent in their fandom in kind of a bar setting. So it was nice to have some Bears fans to talk to. Yeah, Browns fans, sometimes you'll talk to Browns fans and they act like the team has one for, like the Steelers, one for the thumb. They've got one for every finger, a Super Bowl ring. Sometimes Browns fans have this kind of odd vibe where they act like the team murders every year.
Because we've
been
they're kind
burned
for
No, but you think they'd go the...
No, but they're
I understand the other way. They act as though they're like perennial Super Bowl champs.
Now, yes.
Well,
which is weird, though.
It leads to a kind of a weird complacency in the fan base, which I don't get. Maybe it's they don't want to get their hopes up. Maybe that's what it is. But it was still a fun game.
Yeah, it was John with some of the Chicago fans at the Indians game on Saturday night. Just getting in there, talking a little trash. Because they're all like, oh, well, they lost that game, but they're like, we're going to the playoffs. We won a World Series more recently. But they're wearing the throwback jerseys to when they were the Black Sox. And that's what I was pointing out to them. I'm like, you are wearing the signature jersey of a team that is the most disgraceful team in the history of baseball. And they have a lot to say
not
to
even
that.
counting the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
So it was a good time. I would just stand up when something didn't go Chicago's way. I would just stand up and scream, I disagree with that judgment.
We had
I was
Bears.
very formal in my...
We had Bears fans around us.
Trash
that
talk.
Every time something would happen for the Bears, they would stand up and cheer, obviously. And then this one guy he was wasted. He kept turning around and being like, calm down, everybody relax. And everyone's like, get the hell out of here, guy. Like, what are you? You're the only person standing right now.
That's right. I'm going to say the S word for poop if you're not careful. I got a break. I'll have those. If you want to see the band Rival Sons, I'll hook you up for them later on. Chelsea Handler is doing MGM Northfield Park. She was on the show about a month ago. And Bloodview Haunted House. If you want to get your scare on, I'll get you some passes for all those in a bit. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. parents think he's a proctologist.
He has a real job.
Because the truth is just too disgusting. 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192, send me a text. And AlanCoxShow.com, you can watch live there. Thank you to Jitty Gum Dumple for helping out today. That's with 2 P's.
Yes.
1 M, 2 P's, 2
Just
D's.
the standard way to spell
standard
both names.
Gum Dump. The standard Jitty spelling, and of course the standard Gum Dumple spelling.
Jitty, of course, short for Jidrick.
Oh, I thought it was Jittifer. I didn't know if it was a boy or a girl. All right, well, there you go.
Jidrick can also be a girl's name.
Clearly it can. Yeah, what did I know? There are only 5 games remaining in the Cleveland Indians era. They got beat yesterday by the Royals, and they get another crack at them tonight. That is an 8-10 game in Kansas City. Tonight, they'll play tonight and tomorrow in Kansas City. Then they'll go to Texas to play the Rangers Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then that's it for your Cleveland Indians. So 8-10 tonight is when that first pitch happens. So pregame here in MMS about 7:40 something. But they had a good back and forth over the weekend with the White Sox. I was happy to see that. You know, again, I root for my home teams, but I'm never mad when Cleveland beats them. I saw the Montreal Expos might be coming back, by the way.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if Andre Dawson is still around.
Stick with that name? I feel like that name in 2021's a little suspect.
I don't know. I don't know. The Expos?
Yeah.
Oh, expose, you mean? There's no E on the end, you mean? What?
Well, I mean, expose. I mean, I think people could take it the wrong way and like, I'm not taking my child to a game where players are exposing themselves.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Right. You don't want them to expose themselves.
And people are always worried about what children are being exposed to, whether it's unwanted nudity or just information that anyone can process if you just explain it to them simply. Just anything like that. But people are really, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like, how am I supposed to explain this to my kid? I don't know. How'd you explain Afghanistan to them? They don't care.
Very slowly. Here's how you spell Kabul. Yeah. And by the way, it is your job and my job. I'm a parent. It is your job as a parent to explain things to your children. I love how am I supposed to explain that to my children? I feel like that's a line, though, that's uttered a lot in movies, not necessarily so much in real life. Is that really said in real life?
People say it all the time.
How am I supposed to explain that to my children?
Yeah, that's what when they see something they don't like and they want to pawn it off on their kids, they go, you know, if there's a gay couple in a commercial, they go, how am I supposed to explain that to my kids? They can't wrap their head around people just having love for somebody else that's not a traditional binary couple. And it's like, well, I don't know if that's your kid. I feel like that's you.
Well, not only that, but because also if you were to tell them how to explain it to their child, that's not really what they're looking for.
Right.
They don't really want to know how to explain it to them.
Yeah, what they don't want to do is say, hey, I don't like these people because they make me feel uncomfortable because of some insecurity that I have.
My daughter goes to kindergarten with I shouldn't say so many, but more than I didn't have any friends when I was growing up. We had like 2 moms or 2 dads or interracial, couple or whatever. You know, my daughter is growing up with those kids. I was like, that's cool to see, and I'm happy that she's exposed to that.
Little kids don't care.
No, exactly. I know little kids don't care, but it's like that was just something that. Granted, I went to Catholic school, so if you know, but I knew who my friends' parents were, and there were no gay couples.
That's why it bothers people, though, is because little kids don't care, and then it bothers the adult parents that do care because they go, well, that to me, they're bad.
Yeah. I still don't know why you want to put stuff on your kid.
Well, didn't you ever have that as a kid? Anybody that was like, oh, you can't hang out with them because like their parents are divorced or they're just a bad influence on you.
But did my parents say that to me?
I don't know. I'm just curious.
No. My parents never said you can't hang out with that person because. Not like that. I mean, there was one kid who was like beating me up all the time. And they were like, hey, maybe don't hang out with him. But I was like, well, he's fun. I mean, he knows how to have a good time. Just for him, part of that good time is beating the piss out of me.
Question for you, Cody. Would it have been easier for you to come out if there were more, and this might sound stupid, but if there were more like openly gay people in media. Like, and I asked that because, you know, JoJo Siwa is gay, and my I'm sorry, but my 9-year-old niece like loves her and like didn't think anything of it. Like, it was like no big deal to her, and I didn't know if that would make it easier for young kids who are confused, you know?
Yes, representation is important, but their lives are not your lives. So it may have been, even though they're famous or whatever, they may have had an easier road than you do, because JoJo Siwa is also white.
Yeah.
She's a pretty
I had no idea she's as old as she is. I thought she was like
17.
She's 18 years old.
Yeah.
I thought she was like 12 years old.
Right.
I mean, because she puts on that front, but she's a young little white girl and was on TV, and she's in like a creative environment. So everyone in there is a little fruity. But what?
It was just a funny sentence.
He makes a good point.
I'm not like that. I'm not laughing at you. Like, that was a funny sentence.
I was gonna say black parents, and when you come from the church, you know, I like singing because I was singing in the choir. You know, you come from the church. You come from, you know, homosexuality is an abomination. So yeah, there's sinful people on TV all the time. That's what I was taught. Like, there's
you
demons.
have representation or not, you've still got more hurdles to jump.
And it would have probably been a bit more. It would have been more helpful if there had been representation in your immediate vicinity.
And also, I mean, to the gay parents' standpoint, I had two friends, or two classmates, I wouldn't necessarily call them friends, that one was adopted and his parents were lesbians, and then another one, his parents were lesbians, but he belonged to one of the parents, obviously, and then I think they got married, or they were domestic partners.
Well, hopefully he belonged to both of his parents.
But you know what I mean. He
birthed them.
Birthed one of them.
Oh,
the
I
other one
see,
was
yeah.
adopted.
Gotcha.
And they were both hellions. They were both bad. And I remember one of my friends told me, I'm like, wow, so you guys go over so and so's house to play, and I was thinking in my head, because I knew I was gay at this point. I'm like, wow, like you guys don't care that his mom's a lesbian. And he was like, oh, no, I don't care. I would care if his dads were gay. I said, well, why? He was like, well, because lesbians are more flush. That's what he said.
What does that mean?
When they push up I don't know if I can describe.
Well, try to describe
Like a
it in a
toilet?
way that won't get... No.
Is that the word that he used? Did he use
Flush, but that's slang for something that he's trying to dance around.
Oh, okay.
They're just saying when they...
When they're bumping uglies?
When they push together, it's flush, rather than two things, you know...
They're not banging tips. They're
because that's how is that how gay guys have sex?
Well, that's how kids think that gay guys have sex.
He was like my mom wouldn't let me go over there if it was two dads, but since they're flush, it's okay. So I'm sure he heard that from his dad, and you know he repeated it. But I'm like, oh, so that's why lesbians get everything so much easier. It's flush. Everything's flush.
It's flush.
That's literally a stupid...
Talk to a lesbian couple about how much easier they have it.
They do. I don't care.
They're having a great time out there.
They have it easier. They have it easier in the eyes of society because guys can bear the look of two women being together, because they're still in the back of the mind like, it's still two women. They both might be hot. Like, it's still two women. But two men are like, well, I don't understand that, because that would never be me. I would never mess around with a dude. Why would another dude want to be with another dude?
I think there's just as much confusion over two men being together as two women being together with some people. I think if you're confused or frustrated by the notion of homosexuality, it doesn't matter what they look like.
I think you're wrong.
I might be,
because
I'm just saying that I don't think that there's any. I don't think that.
Well, you came from Catholic school, though. There's a difference.
Right. So I know whence I speak.
But like when I know in high school, the only gay couples that were accepted, if two lesbians walked the hallways holding hands, like girls were like, oh, like look at them, they're so cute. The guys would be like, oh yeah, kiss her. And if that was two dudes, definitely getting a swirly.
Well, that's
I'm with Poundcake.
I know what you're saying, but all I'm saying is that I think that's largely because women are publicly more
objectified.
No. Well, that's a whole other kettle of fish. I'm just saying that they're more. It seems more
flush.
No, I'm saying that women who are just friends feel more comfortable playing into that than guys do.
And why is
women
that?
will like hug, and they'll like, even if there's nothing sexual about it at all, right? Kiss or hang out, or well, let's sleep over and let's, I don't know, make up or. I'm thinking from the perspective of like when you're in junior high or high school, whereas two dudes, it's a very different thing publicly.
I mean, I remember.
And maybe you're right. I don't know.
I know I'm right because girls sleep in the same bed up until high school. Girls sleep in the same bed at sleepovers.
I do that now.
That's what I'm saying.
If a friend sleeps over, I'm like, my bed's better than the guest bed.
They sleep in the bed together, and I had guys in high school that would sleep over my house, and we would sleep in the same bed. And I think I would just not even think anything of it because I thought it was normal. Just mentioned it in passing, and he's like, "I never slept in your bed with you." I'm like, "Yes, you did." He's like, I'm not gonna. S that starts with S word that describes poop. He was like, I never did that, gay shrimp. I'm like, it's not gay. We just slept in the bed together. He's like, stop saying that. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so there's.
But that's why it's so much more stigmatized against men.
Yeah.
So that's why I can.
Well, that's why it makes me mad.
What I was saying about women being objectified is that that's why. It's
but that's
because
why,
they're like,
yeah.
oh, that's so hot. You guys are a fetish to me.
Yeah.
You guys
which doesn't make it any better.
Right.
Yeah,
more
it's
than
still
anything else.
Makes it
a level of ignorance.
They do that now, don't they? What? Call themselves lesbos.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, the Montreal Expos might be coming back. And again, they've talked about this for a while, and I don't know how they're going to do it because they go, we'll have some games in Montreal and some of them in Tampa. I'm like, okay, I know you.
Close.
Yeah, I know you guys are trying to make money. I know you're trying to sell another franchise. I don't know how you're going to do that logistically, but they're saying that they might be rounding a corner on the return of the Expos. Of course, you'll recall. Montreal Expos were around for a long, long time before they became the
Blue Jays.
Bill?
Nationals.
The Washington Nationals.
That's
30405,
not even
I
Canada.
think, around. No. So I don't know. I would love for them to get some of the OG Expos legends to play again. I know Gary Carter died. The ones who are alive.
No, get the dead ones too.
Like, growing up, we associated Andre Dawson with the Cubs. But he was only there for a few years. Didn't win a World Series with them or anything. He was with the Expos for like 15 years. He was a superstar with the Montreal Expos. So I think Andre Dawson's still alive.
That team they had before they went away, I think there was the lockout year, and then they moved to Washington a few years later. But they had a really incredible team.
They had a good team. They had Vlad Guerrero, and they had all these like youngish dudes.
Yeah, who was the pitcher that went to the Red? Pedro Martinez.
Yeah, Pedro Martinez.
They had an incredible lineup. And
yeah.
Then they just like, sorry guys, done.
So they said that this fall, Major League Baseball is expecting to be making an announcement about the return of the Montreal Expos. That it would be a joint, supposedly, it would be a joint thing where the team would be like based in Montreal but play some games in Florida.
Are the Rays going to become the Montreal Expos?
I can't imagine that.
Because why play games in Tampa when they already have a team there that's in first place and nobody goes to the games? That makes zero sense.
Well, maybe okay, let me read it to you. You might be right there. Announcement about a shared baseball team between Montreal and Tampa Bay. The marriage of the Expos and the Rays.
There you go.
Who would sometimes play in Tampa, sometimes in Montreal. Think about that. Tonight, the Montreal Expo Tampa Bay Rays playing the somebody else.
I mean, the name is right there. It's the Tampa Bay Montreal X-Rays.
Yes.
That's the name.
Tonight, the Tampa Bay Montreal X-Rays.
It's lead vest night tonight here at Tropicana Field.
It's 100 degrees in Tampa.
Yeah.
Man in a lead vest.
Oh. And then they have to do the whole game in French. Où est l'expos at Tampa Bay? Vive la Rays! Yeah, it'll be fun. So who knows?
I guess that's the way to try and get people excited about it. And
Maybe
then
so.
Canadian fans will travel, so that might get more people to go to games in Tampa because you'll have people going on vacation from Canada to Tampa. And then you'll have people at games.
You know, the new stadium will have poutine there.
Yeah.
Be a whole thing. Have poutine will travel.
It's French for home run.
Yeah. By the way, I was out sick Monday and Tuesday, and I love running our sum of shows. When I'll schedule these shows when I'm out, we have the luxury, rather than having to have someone fill in, we have the luxury of rerunning segments that we enjoy. And so we'll do those. But my favorite part of them is it gives the listeners an opportunity to get mad at me for things all over again.
Nice.
Things that I don't remember I said, things that were topical and timely at the time, and I don't know when those originally aired, but it's a lot of fun to get messages and emails from people. I'm sure you guys get them too.
Oh, of course.
Mary probably gets them, even though it was Erica's voice for 9 years. Our boss, Keith Kennedy, came by and said that his wife called him freaking out because I was talking about an Ebola scare. And that's not a current thing. Yeah, but I got, so people get to be mad at me all over again. And I think that's probably, it's got to be fun for them. It's got to be fun for them, at least to, everybody's looking for a new place to vent their frustrations. And if I can give you a little bit of an outlet from something that was said a long time ago, I'm happy to do that. But again, as there are more Mary Santora segments on the show, a lot of those older ones, it's a zero-sum game when I'm putting the best ofs together. So eventually, those will wane. Those old segments will go away.
Who's Wayne?
Huh?
Who's Wayne?
Wayne Dawson. He's one of the. We didn't hire him, but I know that in between breaks there over on the Fox 8 Morning News, he's got this podcast in his ear and he's listening.
Oh.
And he's just kind of trying to check things out.
I was like, does he fill in for me on the sausage parties?
No.
Guys and Wayne Dawson?
I'd love to get Wayne Dawson in here, by the way, to do something. He's very nattily dressed all the time. And oh, man, and he's just a handsome lad.
Gaffer.
You know, the only time I ever see that Fox News morning thing is when I'm in the lobby of a service station, when I'm having my car looked at or whatever. And I had to have my car looked at. And for whatever reason, all these car places always have Fox News on. I guess it's because it's the only local morning news thing, right? Everybody else is running.
Why?
Why?
Natalie Herbeck.
Well, she's on Get the Hell Up Cleveland or whatever that show is.
Yeah, but
She's
that's on Fox 8 News.
Right. That's on after. So it's like, I'm talking like if you're on.
Super early.
Yeah, like 7 to 10 or something like that. Yeah, I'm sitting there at like 8 a.m. And they've got the Fox thing on. And that Christy Capel's there, and she's, hyper foxy. And Wayne Dawson. They had, Kicking It with Kenny Crumpton. He was out there. It caught my eye because he was going to be testing the one wheel. I talked about this. I did a one wheel when I was in Boulder a couple weeks ago. It's the thing, the electric skateboard with the one fat wheel in the middle.
Yeah.
And then it moves based on you shifting your weight.
Yeah.
And they're difficult, at least for me, it was difficult to get off.
Yeah.
Because you can't, you can't tip one end to the end and, stop it like a rollerblade, because it'll just go shooting off in that direction, right? Because it thinks you're shifting your weight. And so I was waiting with bated breath watching this thing because it says Kenny in the one wheel, and he's talking to some dude who's probably on these all the time, and they both have helmets on, right? And I'm waiting for him to get on the thing. I never got on the thing.
Oh.
And I've met Kenny Crumpton. He and I have worked a couple of charity events over the years, and I'll tell you what, that guy doesn't have a fearful bone in his body. So I was fully expecting him to get on the one wheel. He didn't do it. I didn't see him do it. If he did it, I missed it. I'm pretty sure that I didn't miss it because I was transfixed by the whole thing.
One wheel.
Right.
Have you ever been on a hoverboard?
No.
It's what you're describing, but with a wheel on each side. It's exactly the same.
So how many wheels?
2 wheels.
Oh, 2 wheels.
My niece got one for Christmas or something, and I have a video on my phone of me trying to just stand up on this thing, and it is impossible. I
remember getting my son a ripstick when he was younger.
Those are hard.
Oh my God. It's like a skateboard that's split in the middle so your feet are operating independently of each other.
Well, it's that, but I mean, it's not split. But basically she's like, okay, put weight in your toes if you want to go forward, put weight in your heels if you want to go backward, weight on your left if you want to turn. She's trying to teach me how to do it. And the video is really, I'll never post it because I have on little baby short, my butt's out, I'm not wearing a bra. It's very unflattering. But I'm like, at one point, I started...
It was very unflattering. I barely had anything on, and my body was shaking uncontrollably. Who'd want to see that, Alan?
Well, but at one point, I was spinning in a circle, and I could not stop myself because I was spinning, and I was couldn't catch my balance, and everyone is laughing so hard that nobody was helping me. And I'm like, I'm going to end up going through a window or something.
I'm surprised you didn't figure that out, because I got in one of those, and you're pretty good at balance and stuff from your gymnastics and
it was
cheerleading background, but
so hard.
I picked it up think quick.
I think some people they might have more of a natural affinity for it, and no matter what skill level you're at, if you take 15 minutes with it, you can figure it
Right.
out.
By the end of it, I tried a couple more times, and we were just in my sister's living room too. It's
Mm-hmm.
not like I was out on the street or anything like that. But I ended up getting the hang of it. But that first time stepping on there completely cold was terrifying.
Well, also, you're kind of like, okay, I could probably take 15 minutes and learn this. But if by minute 7 I break my arm,
right,
that's no fun. Like, nothing about this is so fun that I want to end up with, like, a fractured ankle or something. But Kenny Crumpton in that one wheel, again, I might have not have seen the whole thing. I wasn't there for the whole duration of the thing, but I was very excited to see who was out there doing it. Because in the background, they were as he's talking to this kid, they're shooting a guy who's on it. And he's going up a hill and over a bridge
Now,
and
that'd
down
be
a
fun.
thing. And I was like,
It's like a moving target.
there you go. Would have been a good time. Okay, I've got some calls off the after hours line from when we were gone, so we'll get to those shortly. If you want to get a text in here, 35192 to do that, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
about Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Two young lovers with nothing better to do than sit around the house, get high and watch a tube. And here's what happened when they decided to cut loose. They headed down to old El Paso. I swear they ran into a great big hassle. Billy Joe shot a man while robbing his castle. Bobby Sue took the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run.
Steve Miller Band, he was very vocal about the fact that he can give a fat frog's ass if he got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He went in, the last time they were in Cleveland, I think, 2016 is when the Steve Miller went in. Songs, of course, Take the Money and Run, 1976. I was reading about, I love this song, but I was reading about this artist in Denmark. Did you read about this? This museum that gave this guy a bunch of money to commission his art?
And then you just gave him a couple, you pulled a little fast one on him.
Yeah, I did. The museum in Denmark essentially commissioned some work from an artist named Jens Hunning. They gave him $84,000. I assume that's in kroner. $500,000 kroner. Okay, so 84 American. $84,000. And he kept the money when they opened up the boxes, assuming that they would find $84,000 worth of his art. He said that he kept the money, and the artwork was called Take the Money and Run. He mailed them 2 empty frames and kept the money. And he said, that is my art. Keeping the money is my art. And I go, you know what? Listen, you can take any maxim to its extreme. Art is in the eye of the beholder is no different. And but boy, if you handed out $84,000, there is an implicit expectation that they would give you something. But this is what you get in a world of NFTs. When people are spending millions of dollars on something that doesn't technically exist.
I mean, it exists. It just exists in a digital space, and it's very easy to steal.
Right,
Yeah,
which
no big
means
deal.
it doesn't exist as your investment. Yeah. So now the museum there in Denmark is accusing him of breaking their legal agreement, and they want the money back.
But he gave him art.
He said
that's his art.
The work
That's what
is
you're paid for.
The work is that I have taken the money. He's 56, and he was a real big deal in the 90s. And they were supposed to be part of this new exhibition that the museum was going to have. And
What a scumbag move, though.
Dude, right?
I think it's a dick move. I mean,
it's a total dick move.
If you listen, you can, of course, you can make the case. You can come up with some nonsense about like this is my art. It's like those guys that throw a bunch of crap onto a thing and then they just cover it with epoxy and they go,
Dude.
"That's my installation."
Dude.
Most people, yes, art is absolutely in the eye of the beholder. Yoko screaming into a microphone at an installation.
At least you got her to show up.
You got her to show up.
That's
You wish she hadn't, in retrospect. When
Right.
it's all said and done, you're like, I would have preferred to have seen 2 empty frames there in place of Yoko. Yes, art is technically in the eye of the beholder, but
If I've learned anything about myself, and this is no offense to any artists in the audience, I am not a fan of modern art at all. Like I like classical paintings and sculptures. And
but
things
even
like
modern
that.
art is a very broad category.
I mean, well, anything,
You haven't seen any that you like.
No, because I walk past it and I am so aggravated. It's like to me very egotistical. Like I was at this one art. I actually might have been here, and it was just a light bulb that was plugged in. You're not allowed to touch, and then it had like an artist name next to it, and was like, "What are you doing here, guy? You bought a light bulb and put it on an extension cord. That's all you did." And I'm not saying like, "Oh, I could do this," but to me, it's like, "What do you?"
Sounds like you could do that.
What are you trying to do here? What is this?
It
Like,
makes you think. It
it
starts a
doesn't.
narrative,
It
doesn't it?
aggravates me.
Did you go to the Mattress Factory in Pittsburgh?
No.
See, that place had a lot of
Andy
modern
Warhol.
art.
Yeah.
but it has a lot of like recent installations that I thought were very fascinating.
Some of them can be cool, but then there's like another place that I went to.
But I think that's like with every art. Like there's a lot of those old paintings where they'll, it's by a famous artist, but it's just some painting that they did because some rich person's like, hey, I want a picture of something, I don't know, something religious to put up. And so they just fired out a painting real quick because that's how they made their money to live off of. It's not anything special.
Yeah, but painting takes more skill than plugging a light bulb in.
Well, but also I would, in reference to this guy who sent them $84,000, he kept the money and sent them 2 empty frames. At least the light bulb's plugged in. At least it's there. At least you can see it. You know.
Now, if you never have to replace the light bulb, then maybe he did some really cool art.
Well,
I doubt that.
But if you talk to anyone, the art world, if you talk to anyone who is, I have a friend who's a museum curator in Los Angeles, and she's like, the art world itself, when there's huge money being paid for pieces, the art world is rife with money laundering, with all kinds of stuff, you know? So it's like real estate. You know, if you want to launder money, that's how a lot of people do it. But, you know, months ago when they had that infinity mirrors installation, I think we all went to it on like a media day or something.
Like 4 years ago.
Was it that long ago? It was
3 or 4.
It was
a while.
pre-COVID. Yeah, whenever that was. Whenever that was in Cleveland, that infinity mirrors,
Like
I was
3.5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, but there's some art to me that just kind of, it looks less creative and more tedious. Like, yes, it probably took you an inordinate amount of time to set this up, and it looks really cool, but people are using it for nothing more than just Instagram posts, and that's how that infinity mirrors blew up. Everybody was posting a photo of that, even though they told you not to.
Right.
You know, people do that. I would rather see somebody hang a light bulb and me go yay or nay, just as a visual thing, than nothing. You know, than 2 empty frames.
I don't even know about that. Because,
2 empty
like,
frames.
Some guy, the other one that really aggravated me, that was like my tipping point, where I'm like, all right, I'll suspend the disbelief for a little while. I'll look at your knocked over bucket of paint and call it art, and it's an exhibit, whatever. I'll look at it, and that's fine. This means something to you. It could be about your life spilling over. I don't know.
But all art is self-indulgent. Stand-up is self-indulgent. This is self-indulgent.
No, I totally get that.
We're telling people what I think is going to be so fill in the blank to you, right? Meaningful, hilarious,
Profound,
whatever. Profound. Huh?
S word for poop.
S word for poop.
I would buy that painting.
Someone had taken old Tidy Cats cat litter boxes and stapled them together into like an arch. And it was like $1,700.
But people always say, I could do that.
I don't even want to do it.
But you didn't do that.
But like where?
They did.
That's what I say. I mean, it's egotistical. Where I'm like, you had cat litter boxes laying around.
But
you
look at the
stapled them
reaction
together.
it's getting from you.
But
it's
isn't
infuriating.
But isn't that great?
No.
I think it's great to look at something and go, okay, because I'm no different than you. I'll look at something and go, God, this pisses me off.
Right.
But then you go, why? Why? It's supposed to evoke something. And the artist, I would imagine, would go, I don't care if it makes you mad, makes you feel something. I've talked about Andre Serrano before. This guy in the mid-'90s, Metallica's used him for an album cover. This guy, Andre Serrano, got very famous in the 80s and 90s, the conservative Reagan era, I think, for Piss Christ, where he took a crucifix and he put it in a ball jar of his own urine. And that was the thing. And the moral majority got freaked out. And, you know, even people who liked art was like, I mean, is that art? I mean, but it made the guy a name. And if you look at something and you go, man, that makes me mad. That to me,
I think it's the ego for me, where I'm like, you think,
but
this
all
is
ego.
something?
But it's all ego.
Yeah, I understand.
But it
that.
is something.
But it's
how many?
Is it?
Let me put it to you this
It's
way:
a light bulb.
And I'm not even arguing with you because I've seen things that make me feel that way too. But if you tell a joke and doesn't get anything,
yeah,
that's a reaction to your joke, right? It's not a comment on you, right?
Right. I mean, I get what you're saying.
Right. So it just makes somebody feel meh. That's what it makes them feel.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it any less funny. Just made that person feel meh. Right?
guess.
Or let's say an entire room of people feel meh.
I've never had that happen.
So I would rather see something that made me angry. Because then I go, okay, why does that make me angry?
There was something at the museum, and I forget like what it was called, but and this one was interactive. Like you could open it, you could touch it. I think it was a microwave. There was a microwave, and you open up the microwave door, and then there was a telephone inside the microwave, and I was like, that's it? Like I was like, do you pick up the telephone? They're like, no, don't touch the telephone, but it's in there. I'm like,
what makes people angry is when artists are asked to explain their work. And they come up with something to go, this is my commentary on the transgressions of modern life.
It's not.
Well, no, but here's the thing. People think that that's they think that it's what's the word?
BS.
Well, they think it's BS. They think it's S for poop. They think it's they think that it's ostentatious or whatever.
It is.
But how else would you ask why would you ask someone to explain their art?
Because I want them to say, I had a bunch of cat litter boxes laying around and some duct tape, and now here we are.
And I'm going to sell it for $3,000,
Right.
and you're going to love it because it's art.
Some people have done that. Some people have said, I took two things, glued them together, and sold it for $5,000.
Yeah.
And
I would appreciate that so much more.
But that's the world of
the
art.
cat litter, everyone digs, and then you find poop, and then it smells,
But
and
what
now
is their?
this is life.
But why would their explanation of it change your appreciation or lack of for the piece?
Probably because I don't respect it. And I'm like, I don't appreciate what you did. I think this is BS, and I want you to tell me with your own mouth that this is BS.
Absolutely.
I think you should respect all art.
Like a magician never reveals their tricks, so they
We
got
already know how I feel about magicians, Cody.
They got to commit to the
Also
bit.
liars.
When we went to the Louvre, we went to Paris in 2012. It's when I got engaged. And we went to the Louvre. Everybody wants to see the Mona Lisa because it's a very famous painting.
Mm-hmm.
And we were no different. We're coming around the corner. You see a huge crowd of people.
That's the one with the lady, right?
That's the one with the lady. That's right.
I know art.
First of all,
Yeah.
I was surprised at how small it is.
It's like the size of a piece of paper, right?
It's not big, yeah.
Yeah.
It's surrounded, obviously, by like 3 feet of bulletproof polymer or glass or whatever.
Which is the proper way to view art.
Well, right. But also, it's
I
just because it's so famous, I guess. But it's also got like this velvet rope, so you can't even get near the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the crowd of people that take pictures or whatever is 60 people deep, right? Proscenium around this thing. But behind you, there's all this other amazing art where you go, none of this gets a quarter of the coverage that the Mona Lisa gets.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, but why aren't all these people looking at all these other pieces?
Because art is so much hype and not about substance so much of the time. It's just to say that you saw the thing that everybody's talking about.
Yeah,
And
well, that's what I mean. Like,
Right.
and so if everybody was like, I saw these cat litter boxes taped together, what keeps that from being? I mean, the Mona Lisa's from like the goddamn 16th century, you know?
Yeah.
It's had a pretty good run.
But my point is that even if it's older, whatever, I feel like that takes more skill. I get upset when something is sold as art and it looks like it was done lazily.
That's because you work at your craft.
Right.
At your craft. And I work at mine. Bill works at his. Poundcake's there.
Poundcake lays
And
down.
Hey, he's the most modern artist of all of us doing his podcast laying down.
Yes, he is.
He's pushing the boundaries of the audio medium like none of us are.
Yes. Mark my words, it's not long from now because the art form itself, the term napcasting will be coined.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll have that young man in there, youngish man in there, to thank for it. Because the podcasting form itself, that bubble will burst, right? No new things you can do with it. Napcasting. You know, he is. What does
It
a
just starts with an alarm.
what does a true artist do? Is he manipulates the art form. And so when napcasting, in fact, you should, if you were smart, you should absolutely coin that phrase right now.
Napcast.
I mean, trademark it, whatever it is, napcasting. Just me saying it right now, somebody could be scooping it up.
Ooh, it feels so good.
Yeah.
What the hell was I saying?
I understand
You
why
were saying that.
Ooh, it feels so good.
I understand the frustration, but it doesn't make me angry because there's always more art to explore.
Yes.
So if you're in a
you'll find
situation
something you love.
where you go, okay, I'm at this gallery. I'm not going to focus on the stuff that makes me upset. I'm going to focus on the stuff that is interesting to me.
That's what I mean. I
Yeah,
stay
so-
away from the modern art section because I know it makes me angry.
But I don't. But within the modern art section, I can always find something that I will find interesting, even if 99% of it I think is trash. There's going to be something in there. Like, okay, I like this piece.
I just
in
get
there.
too
And
annoyed.
I like seeing the different ways people try to, and there is trying and failure, where they go, hey, this is what I was attempting with this. It didn't come out the way that I want, but that's what it is. And there's progressions in art just like any other medium.
Mike in Parma points out that for a long time I was creating art by changing the light bulbs in here every month. You know, but then I got those long-lasting light bulbs, and I haven't changed a bulb since. Alan, regarding the cat litter boxes, we don't do it because it's too effing stupid. It's egotistical for that moron to think they're the only person who thought of that.
Thank you.
But they don't say that. They don't say, I'm the only person who thought of this.
I wish they would.
They put it... no, because they probably don't believe that.
Don't give me some crap about it's transcendentalism
But there's
and
no...
this is where my heaven brain is.
I guarantee you.
I don't like that.
Listen, these are people living on the earth with all of us, right? We're all doing the same thing. We're all... whatever. There's no person who does that who thinks... They would be the first person to go, anyone could have done this.
I wish they would.
I did it.
Right.
And I sold it.
And maybe they do. Maybe they go, hey, I did it. I sold it. Made a bunch of money. I arted.
Yeah, that's fine.
I arted all over the place.
Right.
I guess.
I arted on you. I arted on you.
That's fine with me.
There you go.
I just get the simpler the piece, the more aggravated it makes me. Like the one that's just a canvas that's half painted blue and half painted gray. And I'm like, get this out of my face. What is this doing in a museum?
Then you move on to another piece.
Now, are you going to explore that, why it makes you so aggravated?
I know why it makes me aggravated because it's like I just said, it feels like I don't like things that feel like they're done lazily. If you're going to be an artist, do something that is challenging. Painting half of a canvas gray and half of a canvas blue didn't.
But they're
how did that
challenging
challenge
what you think art is.
No, they are not.
Also,
yeah, they are.
You don't know how long they labored to find those two precise shades of blue and gray.
I doubt that.
Maybe it was their commentary on the Civil War.
Might be. Or they just had extra paint from something else left over. And they're like,
Maybe they did.
Do this.
But we'll never know. Alan, napcasting is what got Imus fired. Oh, that is a great deep dive. Well done, sir or madam. Would you consider a charcuterie board of a giant penis with Wendy Williams' face instead of the glands a piece of art? Something tells me that is precisely what this person is working on. And it only matters if you it matters if you think it's art. Doesn't matter if somebody else thinks it's art. It matters if you think it's art. Alan, I'm working on a book of old fat vaginas. See, there you go.
Like
now,
the actual skin of them?
That's art.
That is art. That takes work.
The Book of the Dead from Evil Dead.
Yes.
But of old fat vagina.
There you go. Ooh. The Necronama. Right. Anyone can be an artist. Only some people are talented artists. Again, calling someone a talented artist is
and
just
subjective
yes,
too. And I understand
it's completely dependent on other people's opinions. You know, if you could be the most talented person in the world, if nobody recognizes you, doesn't mean you're any less talented.
Yeah,
it just depends on what people want. Yeah, there are plenty of certain types of art that don't. You know, I lived in Pittsburgh for many years, so the Andy Warhol stuff is all over the place because that's his hometown, right? Most of that Warhol stuff, I would have the same reaction. Even though he's like a sacred cow to a lot of art lovers, it'd be like, yeah, painted soup cans, got it.
Right.
But it was very much of the time and drugs and all that kind of stuff. So some people love that pop art.
Yeah, you forgot about drugs and drugs.
Also drugs.
You got to do some drugs and then look at that stuff, and then maybe it changes your point of view on it.
That's the only time I enjoy modern art is when I'm high.
I'm a sucker for anything with any of my favorite divas on it. Like, I did get a charcuterie board. Ooh, it feels so good. With Wendy Williams' face on a giant penis. I did get that for, I think it was Christmas one year.
Oh, wait, is this person referring to something you've said?
No, he gifted me. If that's Roman, then yeah, he gifted me.
There's no name on it. Oh, so that's a real thing.
Yeah. Yes, I really have that.
Oh, I thought that person was just playing around and making that up.
And then Bill gave me...
what an oddly specific thing to...
Bill gave me for Christmas a Whitney Houston candle, and I don't know if it was like...
Well, she's like a saint, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it was painted onto that, but still, art to me, I'm like, this should be in like a museum somewhere. I'm never gonna light it because
I'll tell you what, that Whitney Houston candle, if you pay close attention to it, also gets extinguished in the bathtub.
Oh, wow. How representative.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text, 35192, now that we've blown your mind, I'm going to go glue a couple of boxes together, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox.
go see Rival Sons. Great band. They're going to be with special guest Dorothy. The show's coming up Sunday, October 17th. I'm going to get 2 winners, Cody, okay? Since I was gone a couple days. They're going to play the House of Blues on October the 17th. It's a Sunday night. LiveNation.com if you want more info on it. So a pair of tickets for Rival Sons for you. Be callers 10 and 11. And you'll each get a pair. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
Just shut up and play the fucking music.
On 100.7 WMMS.
That stranger coming over here. You don't recognize him.
This is a great song, boy. We were playing this a couple years ago. It still gets played, but called Do Your Worst from Rival Sons.
Blind your eyes, steal your tongue. You'll take it when you're old, but it locks on you. Oh my baby, devil's gonna get you if I don't first. Take my body.
I like that song. That feels like it's in the Mary Santora wheelhouse.
I don't mind this at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's a wild band. They're called Rival Sons, I assume, because they're all different religions. Like this one guy's like super Christian in the band, but then there's like a dude who's Native American, and there's a Hindu guy in there. And I don't know who. I could be making all that up, but sounds right. We're back live today. I was out sick a couple of days, so for all the people messaging me, asking me if they're crazy that I sound different, you are not. Well, I don't know if you're crazy. Shrooms could easily be kicking in too, but I'm not yet back to 100%. But at least I can talk, which is what keeps me away when I can't. If I can't talk, I can't work. So back today, and then tomorrow, and then Friday, Nick Griffin is going to be in here, and I could not be more excited. I'm a huge Nick Griffin fan. I've never met him. I've been a fan of his for a while now, and I've never met him. And Jeff Garland was going to be doing Hilarities this weekend, but he pushed all his dates to next year. And so their loss is our gain, because Nick Griffin's going to be doing the weekend, Friday and Saturday downtown at Hilarities.
And I'll be featuring for him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So
oh, beautiful. I think we're going to go to the early show on Friday.
You should. It'll be a good time.
I'm going to
I'll
go
let
right
you know
from
when I get off stage so you can come back.
No, I'm going to go right from here, and Gwen will meet me, and it'll be a good time.
Yeah,
so
he's
Bill
fantastic.
Squire and Nick Griffin.
Yeah.
Have fun. That'll be so fun.
Who's hosting?
John Armstrong, I believe.
Okay.
Who's a very funny local guy. You might have seen him on Funny Bus Cleveland.
On Funny Bus?
Yeah, there's the...
All right.
They drive around, do tours, and then they make jokes along the way, kind of roast the people on the bus a little bit. Light roasting, you know, not crazy stuff.
Not
Silly
crispy,
stuff.
not
Yeah.
crispy, just a little
Any
bump.
spit roasting on that bus?
No, but man, it's funny you should bring up spit roasting.
Oh, yeah?
Because we were talking, so Sunday was the crowd work show at Hilarities. And usually we've been doing it in the main room, but Kevin Nealon was there, and he's doing 2 shows on Sunday. So we were back in where we started doing it in the side room.
Cabaret.
In a cabaret, yeah. And so it's a little more intimate in there. And
That's where Polk does his show?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But even he's been doing it in the main room. But
Oh, has he?
anyway,
Okay.
So we're back in the side room, and as the show progresses, the audience gets more and more open with us to the point where they're volunteering information and asking questions to the comedians, and basically it became like this weird Q&A for everybody to be involved in, and it was fun, but a lot of talk about things like spit roasting or double penetration and
DP in the biz.
yes, and ladies had thoughts. Some were very pro it. Some were very like, I tried it once. It wasn't for me. And it was like, I'm pretty open about stuff, but hearing them talk about it so matter-of-factly was hilarious. But I was also like, this is a lot to just
Like
be
a little
sharing.
shy? It made you a little rosy
Well,
cheeked?
it was just like crazy how matter of fact they're just like, hey, when I got 2 in me, I feel great. It's my favorite thing. And they're like, but not when it's in this, just when it's in this. And I'm like,
Wow.
okay, wow, yes, exactly.
Did she have a sign-up sheet at the foot of the stage or anything like that?
No.
How old was this woman?
She's probably in her late 20s, early 30s.
Okay, so young enough to still want to get it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good for her.
No, it was very funny.
Sure.
But it was just very...
Did you find yourself at a loss for words?
No, I mean,
Okay.
there was plenty to say. It's just hard to say on the radio.
No, I understand that. Yeah. For people who don't know what spit roasting is, you can Urban Dictionary that that
Eiffel
shrimp.
Tower, similar situation, finger cuffs. There's all sorts
Probably,
of
yeah.
terms
There's a
for it.
couple things there.
But it was just very funny how open and how like it was funny, but it was also just almost empowering at the same time because they're like just like I like it. I like
That's
it a lot.
what they're
yeah.
like.
Yeah, and it was just, and then that led to one of the comedians who he was attending a bachelor party that weekend, and he was pretty lit up, and then he goes into the story about, and I won't tell who it was, but about being in college and going to a strip club and getting a couple strippers to give him lettuce and him being like real proud of it, taking 2 of them to do it, and he only had to pay 1 of them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I know exactly who that is just by that last sentence.
Do you really know?
Yes.
Have you heard that story before?
No, but by you saying only having to pay 1 of them.
I don't think you... Send me a text if you think. But it was... And then also, every single person that I've ever met had a birthday on Sunday or Monday.
Dude, they really did.
Every person you've ever met.
It was a lot of birthdays.
There's a lot of birthdays. There was several birthdays just on Sunday and Monday.
Sunday was my ex-wife's birthday.
It's my boyfriend's birthday.
Monday was
Toose's
my
birthday.
nephew's birthday.
Monday was John Bruton, our friend John Bruton's
John
birthday.
Bruton's birthday. Mike Head's birthday was also Sunday, I
Another
think.
comic, David Horning. His
David
birthday
Horning,
was this
yeah.
weekend.
So, and then my brother's birthday is today.
Wow.
So there's just a lot of birthdays around this time of year because, what is that? Just being
New
cold
Year's?
inside.
Yeah, I guess.
And
It's
just-
January.
Yeah.
Well, September 9th is the most common birthday in the United States. The most people in this country have September the 9th as their birthday. So we're not far off from that. If you want to get in on the, near the autumnal equinox, that's where it is. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always leave us a message there. It's 216-986-8903.
Mike Shinoda, girl, you know my singer died. My singer died. Now I guess we gotta use Mike Shinoda.
Right, there you go. That was Bill made that joke last week. We're talking about yeah, it's pretty good. That guy was right on the beat, too, boy.
Mike Shinoda, girl, you know my singer died. My singer died. Now I guess we gotta use Mike Shinoda.
He was right on the thing there, too. That's pretty good.
Very good. Who was that?
That is a banger. I don't know. He didn't leave his name. He just left that.
Oh, I love it.
But thank you, sir, for that. I'll tell you what else is a banger. I don't know. Have they determined what this woman's name is? Her name is Ame Bibibi or something. Have you seen the twerk like it's my last day on earth?
No.
It's another one of these like white European women who wants to be a rapper. Remember Playtone? Remember when I used to play Playtone?
Is the man.
He was the Polish teenager that was trying to be Eminem. Let me find Playtone. I still have that somewhere. I'm sorry, Pale Tone, not Playtone. Pale Tone.
That's right.
The song was called Dreams.
Struggling with police and hustle. To those who used to tell I wasn't a sucker. I used to watch TV till I fell asleep. Pasta is all I could ever eat. Framing pictures on my table, now I'm able to chill and party. Should I have my own label? Rest in peace, Easy Biggie and Pac. Those who told me what is real rap. As a kid, I dreamed about Mike, and now I know what it's like. Sing it, baby.
I don't know this part.
Yeah, sing it, baby. Oh, man, she sings like she got her jaw wired shut. She sings like Selena Gomez acts.
Ouch.
So anyway, this new girl, and you can always tell they have like an Eastern European accent, And the video you might have seen pop up in a lot of places. I think it was on TikTok, and people are just kind of currently using it as something that's just kind of goofy, but nobody knows who this woman is. And so a couple people did a deep dive. Her name is Ame Bibabi or something. The song is called Chin Up High, and there's a lot of points in the song. You have no clue what she's saying, but she definitely wants to break out of Ukraine or what, Listen, I think Melania was a shining star for a lot of these women who are like, oh my God, I don't have to do anything. I can get out of this country. But she's trying to get out. You haven't heard this song, Chin Up, Twerk Till I Die?
No.
With my chin up high. You think I'm ugly, I don't care. You think I'm dumb, I don't care. You think I'm scum, I don't care. Bitch, I make my money. Party till I die. With my chin up high. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make a work. People always hating, but the more they hate, the more I work. In my street, like the slaves, bitches always kiss my feet. Stay out of my way, you bitch. I can deal with your fake ass meat. They thought that I had stopped. It was over, I had dropped. Bitch, I had my plans out here. I'm only.
Yeah, and with your fake ass meat, I don't know what she's saying out there. Maybe it's an ode to the Impossible Burger.
She doesn't
I don't
like
know.
plant-based people.
That twerk till I die. I like that. It's pretty good. She's bringing back twerking and the whole bit. But that video is going around, and I was immediately transfixed by it. Because,
not bad looking.
Huh? Well, she's either 21 or 50.
Yes,
That's
she
what
definitely
I
has that going on. She definitely has a very ambiguous age.
That's right. And that'll work for you if you're trying to get out of the Ukraine or wherever she's from.
She's Dutch, I believe.
Dutch?
Yeah.
That didn't sound like okay, maybe, but okay.
I'm going to tweet it out.
I mean, I guess the
it.
name seems Dutch, so yeah. Ame, A-M-E, Ame Bibabi. And she's on Spotify. Chin Up High. I just like that. Like it's a circus act or something. A lot of bitch references, too. So maybe she wasn't especially popular in school. Maybe this is her way of, this is her art, Mary. It's her way of getting back
Well, this is not done lazily.
at all those bitches who didn't take her seriously.
Party till I die. With my chin up high. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar make a work.
Let the dollar make it work. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, how would you twerk like it was your last day on Earth? I think there are a lot of things I would do if it were my last day. I don't know that twerking would be one of them, but if I
Twerk
were
at
to,
some point.
Would you on your last day?
At some point, you're going to
twerk
shake it
like
a
it's your
little bit.
last day on this earth.
I love that everybody in the background of this music video is like a 50-year-old man.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
and
just
they're not
who's
really
around her.
dancing. They're
No.
just pouring drinks and like, yeah, we said we'd help her.
They're rolling tobacco into blunts.
Instead of VFW.
Yeah, she's at the Elks Lodge, number 417.
This guy sitting next to her on the couch is so old. He's so old.
Yeah.
And he's got like a real bad leather jacket. Oh, man, I love this video.
Probably just whoever was in her apartment building. Just think you guys want to shoot a music video? Like, come on over.
I
Yeah,
ain't
look
blessed
like
with the
cool.
smartest brain. Yeah, it's got to be tough, too, because there are no black Russians, right? So
Black
it's
Russian
got to
is-
be.
It's just vodka
it's
and
delicious.
Kahlua, and
Yeah.
you don't add the cream.
It's delicious. There is I finally got around to seeing Nobody when I was laid up the past couple days.
Fun movie.
It is a fun movie. It's quick. It moves. There's a black Russian in that.
I have a question.
I'll tell you what. I felt like Bob Odenkirk looked, though, because I was just coughing nonstop, which is why I wasn't here working. And I still feel like I broke a couple of ribs.
Your abs feel
oh
like,
my God.
ooh,
My
ripped.
whole torso. It's
Yeah.
still.
I do like that he's in those fights, but he doesn't get out of them like unscathed. Like he gets the crap kicked out of him through that whole movie.
He just keeps going in
Yeah,
because he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is funny that the story is basically John Wick. The whole story. It's not like John Wick-esque. Like, the story is basically John Wick. But Odenkirk's great. Dude's pushing 60, trained hard for the movie. They're going to do a sequel, I think. What, Poundcake?
I had a question just in regards to like Russia. I mean, I know there's not a big population of minority there, but minority. But Putin, if he passes away, do you think things would be more progressive there? Like as far as like the gays and everything, like is that Putin's policy or is that like all of Russia?
I think that whoever is his number two, I mean, I think that chain just keeps going.
Yeah,
I don't think
probably
that
the
there's
same beliefs.
Yeah, I don't think there's a power vacuum. I think that that group is embedded so deeply in that. That is an aggressively white country.
That's what's
and that's the way they like to keep it.
I don't want to be. It just kind of worries me that there are places on this planet where I would like to visit, but I can't, because if I get off that plane and they look at me,
like Dubai
or Texas.
No,
don't get off the plane in Texas.
It's a country that you probably wouldn't feel very welcome.
They love gays in Texas because they can't get abortions.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, right. No one can get an abortion now. Anywho, there are 144 million people in Russia, and 70,000 of them are black.
Oh, my God.
And I guarantee you a fraction of them are Russian-born. Those are probably,
probably adopted,
immigrants from other countries or whatever. Yeah, but that's a pretty wild ratio.
70,000?
Yeah.
So
pretty wild ratio.
Oh, man. I can't even imagine that. Like, I was like the only black kid in my school. Well...
Imagine being the only black kid in your county.
Imagine if you went to Kremlin High.
That's crazy.
Hey guys, who is this Poundcake?
Black and gay.
Get over here.
So I bet you their underground parties are probably lit because all the gays are repressed. They're like, no one can find out or we'll kill you. Like, oh, slay me. Like it's like I'm telling you, because there's nothing worse.
Mr. Brightside over here, man.
Because 170 million people. It's not like they're not gay over there, and it's not like they're not acting on those gay impulses. It just means it's more secretive, and that's even everyone is just like just walk in, pick something,
do what you got to do.
Yeah, it would be so much fun, and they're all white too. So you're just my fave. So I'll be the only black one.
He's thought this through. You
In the
got
last
just
30
now.
seconds, yeah. It all unfolded.
Yeah, you got to give him that. Alan, have Mary.
No. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Next art exhibit you guys go to, just have Mary plug in the hot dog warmer and set it there.
But don't put anything in it.
No, nothing in it.
That's what I'm saying. Just the hot dog warmer.
Just the hot dog warmer.
Poverty.
That's right.
Or unplug it. Yeah, unplug it, and that'll be like we used to be able to afford food in this country.
This is a treatise on how our policies toward meat production are no longer sustainable. Thank you very much.
Broken heart. Hot dog machine. Broken heart.
Yeah. Or it's just a bunch of wax phalluses that slowly melt.
Ew.
This is my
machine.
This is my comment on the patriarchy.
Oh, God. So aggravating.
Oh, come on.
Back to nobody being a short movie. There's the new Venom movie coming out. I think it hits theaters tomorrow.
Yeah.
97 minutes long.
Hey.
Oh, bravo.
Lacey special.
Marvel finally hired themselves an editor. Or is
Yeah.
that still Sony or
Well,
something?
it's a Marvel property owned by Sony.
Yeah.
So.
There's a movie, and I love the premise of this because, of course, it's set in Cleveland. There's a book a few years ago called No One Gets Out Alive, and it's about these women who move into this house. One of them is a Mexican immigrant, and these women move into this house because it's super cheap, and but it turns out there's something sinister there. And it drops on Netflix today, and it's set in Cleveland because there's a scene. I don't know where they shot it, but there's a scene where this woman is standing outside. The sign says Euclid Convenience Store.
Yeah, duh.
And I was like, I don't remember this movie being shot here, because that means that they would have to shoot somewhere else and then make a sign that says Euclid Convenience Store. That seems a little on the nose for a movie shot somewhere else. But I'm like, of course, a movie about a house of horrors is set in Cleveland. But the movie looks cool. But again, my point is, it's 85 minutes long.
And it's on Netflix today?
It drops today. It's called No One Gets Out Alive.
85? That's like
I thought it was a new. I know. It's not even. It's not even
you
like
can't even do a load of laundry.
It's not even an NBC movie of the week.
Dirty Work. I just watched that again.
62 minutes.
Yeah, well, it's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, 80
and that's
minutes.
with credits. Like that movie goes bam, bam. Like they're like, we don't need a lot of explanation here. We just get the jokes. I've been watching so much Norm stuff. They have the whole Norm series on YouTube, and that show is hysterical.
Oh,
Like
Norm
the
Macdonald
sitcom.
has a show.
It's called The Norm Show.
Where was it originally?
This was the
It was
YouTube thing.
ABC. No, this is the ABC sitcom that he had with Laurie Metcalf.
Yeah.
And eventually Artie got on there, but then it's got the dad, was Willie from Alf. Willie.
Max Wright.
Max Wright, yeah. So
That
he's
guy was like a
on
big
there.
crack addict or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Max Wright ended up being a crackhead.
Really? Did he?
Yeah.
I think I remember doing that story.
We talked about it. Yeah. Max Wright was the dad on Alf. He's dead now. He died a couple years ago. He's from Detroit. And they caught him like Rob Ford style. They caught him
Coming out of a trap house?
Something like that. Yeah, I think so. I think he was like a crackhead or...
I watched 9 Perfect Strangers on Hulu over the 2 days that we were off, and it was real good. It's about like these people. I don't know if you
we know about the cousins. One's from where's Balky from?
What?
Cousin Laddie. And he moves to Chicago. Yeah, it's Perfect Strangers.
9 Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, that's right.
There's 9 seasons of Perfect Strangers, I believe.
Yep.
Is that the one?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't have anything funny to say about that because I didn't know what you guys were talking about.
You don't know Perfect Strangers, the show with Balky Bartakamoose?
No.
Bronson Pinchot and Mark Lynn Baker?
That sounds like a fake name.
I would say that's the last name.
Right.
Bartakamoose.
Bartakamoose?
Balky Bartakamoose. This guy in Chicago finds out that his cousin is coming from another country.
And boy, does he
cousin
have a lot of
Laddie.
different
so
customs.
many different customs. I wear red shirt, you wear blue sweater. Oh, together we are perfectly strangers, said Bronson Pinchot.
Sometimes the world looks perfect.
Now, fortunately, the theme song, as so many did in the 80s, will explain it to you.
Oh, is it 6 minutes long?
Nothing to rearrange. Sometimes you just get a feeling like you need some kind of change.
Is this an Alan Thicke song?
I don't know about that. But I like how the guy is like, his car's packed up and he's moving into the big city. He clearly looks 40 years old, right? Like he's not 21, just moving out of his house for the first time. But then, boy, his cousin shows up. Mark Lynn Baker is leaving his family and moving to the big city. And then they show Balky kissing his cousins and there's a goat there.
Yeah, that's always a goat.
Yeah, he's leaving his country. Right. Anyway, you know where they're going with that. But Perfect Strangers was on for a few years, and it was a lot of, oh, cousin Laddie!
Well, they would learn a lot of lessons together.
Learned a lot of lessons,
about how
yes.
different they are, and
Yep.
yet how alike they are.
Mark Lynn Baker his character was a guy from Wisconsin whose name was Larry Appleton.
From Appleton, Wisconsin?
Yeah. I mean, moves into his first apartment in Chicago. He enjoys his newfound privacy, but the privacy quickly vanishes when Balky Bartakamoose, a previously unknown cousin from the Mediterranean island of Mypos, shows up wanting to move in, right? But that was where everybody learned about Bronson Pinchot. Mark Lynn Baker had done a couple of movies here and there before that. And then he played himself on... what did he play himself on? The Leftovers, if you watched that on HBO a few years ago. Played himself.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Anyway, I digress.
It was good.
Bill was getting into Perfect Strangers, and I railroaded him on it.
No, Mary was getting into 9 Perfect Strangers, which...
Oh, that's what it was.
That's what it was. I was talking about the show 9 Perfect Strangers. That's okay.
I think my wife might have watched that.
It's
That's
good.
with Melissa McCarthy and Nicole Kidman and a bunch of other people.
Mm-hmm. It's really, really good. I would highly recommend it.
How many episodes?
8. They're each about 45 minutes.
And what's it about?
It's about what? It's about these 9 people who go on like this...
9 Perfect Strangers?
Yes, 9 Perfect Strangers who go on like this wellness retreat, and there's this like crazy Russian lady who's in charge, who's Nicole Kidman, and they each have like a tailored diet plan and all this kind of stuff, and they're all there for different reasons, like a couple who's fighting.
Tailored Diet Plan?
Tailored Diet Plan is Nicole Kidman's assistant.
Oh,
I thought that was the thing that you were doing right now on your Instagram.
Right. Ironically enough, Tailored Diet Plan, the groundskeeper.
Oh, really? All right.
Anyway, watch it. It's good.
Do they use Perfect Strangers from Deep Purple as the theme song?
They don't.
Oh, they don't. All
I
right.
don't want to give too much
What do they have
away.
against Richie Blackmore?
That I don't know. They didn't cover that.
You don't want to get... You don't want to give too much away.
Well, because like
I think the title gives it all away.
Well, they all get to meet, and then they end up maybe doing some drugs. I don't know. You should check it out.
Let me ask you this. Do they come to find over the course of the 8 episodes that they are all imperfect strangers?
No, they knew that coming in.
Oh, damn it. I thought I had her. All right, listen. Got to take a break. If you want to get a text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Double.
45192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Indians play tonight. It's their third of 4 against the Royals in Kansas City. Royals beat them 6-4 yesterday. That first game, 8-3 Indians. So as we come to the very, very end of the Cleveland Indians era in Cleveland, or anywhere else for that matter, you get another shot at seeing them play tonight. They're in Kansas City, and then they go to Texas to play the Rangers for 3 games. So 8:10 tonight here on WMMS. Your pregame will get going shortly after 7:30. If you want to get the whole experience with Hammy and Rosie. Tonight on your future FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where. Jennifer listens in Austinburg, Ohio. That's right near the PA border. Chris is in Indianapolis. Phil listens in Monterey, California. And I do, again, let me reiterate, certainly not necessary, but I do like when bureau chiefs will take the time to update me on their moves so that I can update our map. I got a letter from Denise, who was one of our bureau chiefs in Las Vegas. She relocated to Centerville, Maryland for a job, but she still listens to the show all the time. She said, my family is still in Vegas, and so I can still chime in on what's going on in there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stories that I'll get from around the country are given to me by bureau chiefs. I don't know what's going on in Las Vegas.
Are you sure?
But if somebody, let me check.
You're not tapped in?
I'm tapped in thanks to the bureau chiefs. They'll go, hey, some weird stuff going on here in Portland or whatever.
It's about time they pull their own weight.
Why do you think you signed? Why do you think you signed that contract? I visited some friends in Washington State last July and introduced them to the Hot Nut song. They don't appreciate it, but I do. Well, thank you. There you go.
Someone sent me a video of them playing Hot Nuts after the Browns win in a bar.
Nice.
On the touch tunes?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I was, and she's like, no one's really reacting to it. I'm like, they're probably pretty drunk.
Yeah. Right. And have no idea what's going on.
The craziest, busiest
But that's
bar.
even better.
Yeah.
It's better than seeing a bar go crazy over Hot Nuts.
Or just people like being, like looking around like, what are we listening to?
Who played this? Yeah.
Yeah. So Denise in Vegas moves to Centerville, Maryland, and then I heard from Dylan, who was a longtime bureau chief in Struthers, Ohio. And he moved to Clarksville, Tennessee. So there you go. Dylan's our new bureau chief in Clarksville, Tennessee. I don't know where that is. I didn't take a second to look. I believe that's where the Monkees wrote their hit song. They were trying to get the hell out of there. Clarksville, Tennessee is, it's right on the border of the state that's next to it.
Which is?
Oh, yeah, that border.
There's actually a couple
Kentucky.
States. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it's right on the Kentucky border. Okay, so it's, it's right there. So a little bit outside Nashville. Okay. Thanks, gang.
I had a
Appreciate that.
pretty wild post game on Sunday.
I doubt it.
Well, no, I did.
Well, I took a nap, so try topping mine.
Oh, boy.
Well, it was so my boyfriend and I we had brunch in Ohio City. So we parked about 2 miles from the stadium. And instead of waiting for surge priced Ubers, and we couldn't find any bird scooters that weren't dead, so we just walked the 2 miles back. I had to stop at a bar to grab something for one of my sisters, and on the way out of the bar, on the ground, I saw a scratch-off ticket that was not scratched. And I was like, oh, cool, look at this. It was just like a little $1 when I picked it up. And my boyfriend's like, is it a winner? I was like, I don't know, it's not scratched. And I scratched it, and it was a $2 winner. Mm-hmm. And I was like, look at that. I found a winning $2 scratch-off ticket.
A win's a win.
Mm-hmm. We walk 5 steps out of this bar. I look down, and there's a $100 bill sitting on the ground.
Right after the $2 scratcher.
5 seconds later, I bent down, I picked it up, and he looks at me and goes, what's that? And I hold it up. He goes, is that $100? And I was like, dude, this is $100. He goes, is it just one? And opened it up. It was $100. He goes, you're the luckiest person I've ever met in my entire life. I don't care. I'll take a poop 100.
It's an AIDS 100.
I don't care.
Imagine. Everybody knows
AIDS prep.
Everybody knows AIDS are attracted to 10s.
Duh.
Who's not attracted to a 10?
Why? Imagine being the person whose pocket that fell out of.
Oh, yeah.
Coming
They're
out of the bar.
wasted, too, though.
Wasted.
You know what I mean?
Still. He's like, I thought I had a... No, let me get this round, Frank.
Yeah.
I thought I had a $100 bill in my
and they're
pocket.
like, okay, sure.
For game day, sure you
I
did.
like to think that it was somebody that was aware that they lost a $100 bill, but it got taken by the wind, so they're doing the adult chasing paper through the wind, and it keeps getting away from them, and they're a little bit out of shape, so eventually
They're like, "Forget
they're
it."
just hands on their hip, heavy breathing, going,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't remember.
Taken by the wind.
So
What?
go ahead, Cody.
I can't remember the last time I actually had like $100 bill.
Well, I'm very lucky in life, and this is what I was explaining to Brian, my boyfriend Brian. I was saying that like I don't think I might not ever win the lottery or like hit real big at the casino because things like this happen to me all the time. Like it is not out of the ordinary for me to find money on the ground. It probably happens once a year, I'd say, where I will look down and be like, oh, there's $20, and it's pretty cool.
My wife is one of those people who always finds money in coats.
Oh, nice.
I go, I know, and I don't know if she does it on purpose or if she just has something in there, but I know where every cent of my money is at all times.
Yeah.
And my wife will be like getting a coat out and she'll go, oh my God, there's a 50 in the pocket. All the time.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you hiding money? And she said, no, I just must have forgotten.
Just happens.
Happens.
So we're all amped up and excited. I just won that. I just found that money, and we're like walking over the West 25th Street Bridge from like the flats into Ohio City.
The hood. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and so we're turning off of Detroit onto 25th. So we're like right at the base of that bridge. And I look over as we're crossing the street, and there was someone squatting down with their pants pulled all the way down. I genuinely could not tell if this was a man or a woman.
I saw. Was
Do you
that
see
on your
this on my
story?
Instagram
Yeah.
story? Yes. There's a lot of
I had
people asking for
questions.
explanations, but I don't really. So I'm going to tell this story. There's a larger person, pants around their ankles, squatting on the ground. And I like hit my boyfriend. I was like, yo, is that person about to take the S word for
S
poop?
word for poop?
And he's like, I don't know. Is he? I was like, I can't tell.
They're like, I lost $100.
They're looking for it.
That was going to be my toilet paper.
Looking for it in their butt. So this person is squatting down, and I'm like, okay, they're either going to take a poop or it might be a woman peeing, but I can't tell if this is a man or a woman or not. And then they fell back.
Gender neutral Browns fans.
Gender neutral Browns fans. So these people weren't in Browns clothing. These seemed like
They weren't in any clothing from the sounds of
no, they seemed
the waist
like
down.
Vagrants.
Vagrants. Yes, I'm assuming drugs
Unhoused.
were involved.
Yeah.
But so the person who was squatting down fell onto their back. So legs up, just like in
Pants
the air,
down,
knees
yeah.
bent, pants, all that kind of stuff. So
They were
then,
on the
Did you
curb
figure
or
out?
no, I couldn't tell because we were behind them. So I could,
okay.
when their legs were in the air, I couldn't see anything. I still don't know if it's a man or
were
woman.
there people rushing over to help them?
No,
or-
there were 3 people sitting down on like a ledge in front of this person, just kind of watching what happened. Unfazed, by the way. The people who were sitting there did not seem to be bothered by this. It did not seem to be out of the ordinary.
Well, you don't want to, you also don't want to interrupt the inertia of that moment.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't want to insert myself into that.
Heroin's a hell of a drug.
This has got to play out the way it's going to play out.
I'm wondering if it had to have been some kind of something. So the person who was on their
Good
back,
guess.
the person who was on their back gets up and then is standing, still pants around the ankles, standing in front of the 3 other people, pantsless, just having a conversation. Didn't pull their pants up, pants around the ankles, just... And
In my experience, you'll never have a more honest conversation when you're all standing there talking with your pants down.
But nobody reacted like it was a weird thing. The 3 people who were sitting there were just like carrying on,
Probably
like
had their
normal.
Subway sandwich. Just
They were just hanging out. And I asked my wife, I was like, what is going on right now? And I like pulled out my phone to start recording. I only got like 10 seconds of this person standing pantsless. And then my wife was like, put your phone away. You're going to get a shot. Like, I'm not trying to get in a fight with these people or whatever. But it was probably one of the most confusing situations that I've ever, where I was just like, what is happening
just so
right
quick
now?
to pull your phone out. I do not have that arrogance
What if
whatsoever.
it's a crime and I get it on, what if a crime happened
So
and
now-
I get it on tape? And I can
Okay,
help
so
the police.
now you're a target, and now
I'm
they're
not a
gonna
target.
So if it is a crime, whatever they were doing, now you're in on it. Either you give them the tape, or they're gonna kill you.
No, they're not going
In
to kill
on
me. But if they were to like get in a fist fight or something, I could be like, "Oh, here, officers, this is how it started."
That usually happens closer to the stadium.
Oh, the fist fighting?
Yeah.
But yeah, I had to just kind of chalk it up. I was like, it's got to be drugs, right? Because if these people were not on drugs, this is just them hanging out on a Sunday.
I assume
Like,
there's no one pantsless who's not on drugs.
It was,
And it's not part of a fraternity prank.
It's just the hood.
Wait, they weren't wearing Greek letters by any chance, were
Not that
they?
I saw. Maybe on the front of the shirt.
Were they carrying a bunch of books with a strap around them?
They had a walker with a blue grocery bag attached
So they're
to
not
it.
potentially college students pranking someone.
I don't know what was in the blue grocery bag. It could have been textbooks.
Did anybody jump out with a camera and start laughing and run away?
I was the only camera that I saw.
Oh, okay.
But it was a very, very strange shift in emotion.
So how did it resolve itself?
My boyfriend made me leave the scene. I don't know. I didn't get any answers.
Oh, it's a big question mark.
Yes! That's why I bring it here to you. Help me
Man.
finish this story.
You were there. We don't know.
I just explained everything that happened. Where do we go next?
There's so many variables. It could have ended any number of ways.
Well, that's why I told him. I was like, I want to stick around.
She had a live version of 3 Perfect Strangers.
Yeah.
One of whom had their pants down.
No wiping. No nothing. No nothing. They were just standing there naked. And people were like, I can't believe you just filmed sexual assault. I said, first of all, this all seems consensual. Nobody seems upset with what's happening right now. Nobody's reacting to it. Second of all, I don't know that person's a man.
Yeah, filmed. Boy, people are looking for reasons to get upset.
Right. It was 2 ladies and a guy sitting on the ledge, and then one person I did not know what parts they had. The pantsless person was the gender ambiguous.
Right. So it could have been a street side spit roast, is what you're saying.
It might have been.
After
I have no
you
idea.
left.
I have no
Wow.
idea.
All right.
But it was a big shift in emotion from finding $100 on the ground to being like, what is going on? This is a very strange
Life
day.
giveth and life taketh away.
Right.
Alan, I found $20 on the ground a few years ago in line at the Browns game. Got me 2 beers.
Hey.
Jesus Christ, you are not joking. Burge and I went, and we go to get some drinks, and he goes, I'll get these. We get 2 24-ounce beers and 2 shots of tequila. It was $70.
Yep.
Holy Christ.
What did you think it was going to be?
Well, I mean, I know you're at the stadium. I get it.
Yeah,
but I'm
shots
like,
are like $15 a
oh
piece.
my God. I could not believe it.
Yeah.
And then a dude kicked mine over when we were sitting down. He was leaving the aisle, and I went to grab it because I knew he was coming, and I didn't get there fast enough because he was doing like that stumble thing past us. Kicks it right over. It's like, oh, you son of a motherless whore.
I think I found the answer to what Mary was witnessing.
What was I witnessing?
I emailed it to Alan.
Oh, did it make the news?
Did
Sort
it?
of.
Uh-oh. Am I on the news?
Well, let's find out. Yeah, okay, here we go. So the denouement, for those people who don't want to be in any kind of cliffhanger, this might clear up some...
Krusty, are you making any money?
Nah, that guy's giving it away for free.
Old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
That guy's got his pants down. That might have been what it was.
It could have been.
We'll drop pants for food?
Hey, mare, she ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be. Ain't what she used to be.
And now, the crazy old man singers.
Old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be.
Well, I can get you a long way, so
Maybe.
who knows? But $100.
$100 on the ground was pretty
Holy
cool.
camole.
I was pretty happy about that.
Let me go to Jeff in Hudson. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
Good, man. What's going on?
I got a story about a pantsless woman a few weeks ago in Hudson, Ohio.
Might be the same person.
All right.
We have our share of crazy stories in the news the last few weeks, so here's another one.
Out in Hudson?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm Friday afternoon. I had some errands to run. I had to run to this business that is on this one drag that has a bunch of different businesses on it. And I'm turning onto the street, and this woman crosses the street, not wearing any pants, with like a sports bra on. And I'm like, what am I seeing? You still there?
Yes, I'm listening intently. So she
And
has,
so
just to paint the picture, all she's wearing is a sports bra.
Correct.
Like Sue Ellen
Looks
Mishke.
like she's carrying pants.
Yeah.
And so I go to the business, and I turn around, and she's now standing in a parking lot where this one business is, and they have a NASCAR out there. The guy owns a NASCAR team, and she's standing next to the car, and there's nobody filming. It's not, some Instagram thing. I'm like, what is going on? So I called the non-emergency police number to say, hey, yeah, you're not going to believe this, but there's a woman who is not wearing any pants, and I can see her whole thing.
Yeah. Her whole thing is out there for you. Right.
It was crazy.
Huh. Maybe it was that
So-
guy who texted us saying he was working on an art book of old vaginas.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that was part of I don't know. Maybe Jeff is that guy, and he's trying to play coy.
Exactly.
And, yeah. All right, thank you, Jeff.
So just another pantsless story.
From the mean streets of Hudson, no less.
Wow.
Yeah, that seems rare in Hudson.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Jeff. I thought Hudson was both hoity and toity.
It usually is.
I mean, it's no Gates Mills, but
Certainly
forsooth.
no Detroit and West 25th intersection.
Right. Joe in Philly. What's going on, Joe?
Yo, what up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, so I saw this video that Mary is describing, and it's tough because the video looks worse than how she describes it, because the way Mary is describing this, it basically sounds as if there's these people in a locker room and they're just having a locker room conversation. While
Wait,
one other person,
you saw Mary's video, or you
It was
saw
on my Instagram story.
Okay, I just want to make sure that he didn't see, like, somebody else filmed it from a different angle. Or
no.
Okay.
Yeah, it was there's Zapruder film out
I was going to say, you were going Abraham Zapruder on Mary's Instagram story, yeah.
Right, exactly. But it stinks because how she's describing it basically sounds like a locker room conversation. Like, you know how you're in a locker room and there's always that old guy that's just like naked, blow drying his nutsack, or just trying to have a conversation with you, and you're like, dude, I'm just trying to get changed and get out of here.
Yes.
Nobody wants to look down below the waist because it just makes it awkward.
Right.
But yeah, the video is way worse than how
It's not way worse. I've described it exactly how it happened. How is it worse? How was it worse?
The person looked as if they were fondling either the bottom of their shirt or maybe their nether regions. There was hand action going on at some point.
I'll just say from my own experience, it's a lot more fun to fondle your nether regions than the bottom of your shirt. So
Their hands, I'm watching the video right now. Their hands are in front of them.
I got to watch this. I didn't see this. I'm going to have to watch this.
It's quick. It's only like 6 seconds. You want me to? I'll put it back on my Instagram. It's 7 seconds long. Their hands are in front of them. It looks like almost like they're talking. Their elbows are bent the whole time. Their hands never go below their waist.
Well,
right.
I mean, their fingers aren't doing jazz hands down there.
But you can't tell because it's filmed from behind.
You're making assumptions.
You are making assumptions. I'm going to need you to go over this with a finer toothed comb, Joe.
Yeah, I'll get back to you guys, write a follow-up report, and
Thank you.
We'll have a meeting next week.
You keep the pink, I get the goldenrod, and the white goes to HR.
Goldenrod.
I got some breaking news.
All right, hey, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Is there any chance that guy's name was General Larry Platt?
Could be.
Could that have been the guy?
Your name is Larry Platt?
My name General Larry Platt, yes.
A general?
General Larry Platt.
Ah, you're a general, okay.
I want to sing my song called Pants on the Ground.
Pants on the ground.
Pants on the ground.
Okay, what's it about?
People need to put their pants up.
All right.
Okay.
Can I
Ready
sing?
when you are.
Okay, ready?
1, 2, 3.
Pants on the ground, pants on the ground. Nothing like a fool with your pants on the ground. With them roll in your mouth, head turn sideways, pants hit the ground. Call yourself a cool cat, looking like a fool. Walking downtown with your pants on the ground, pants on the ground. Get it up. Looking like a fool. Talking with your pants on the ground.
Wait, you said you had breaking news?
Some breaking news. It's very astonishing.
Is it about
really.
Mary's video?
No, it is not about Mary's video.
Alan Cox Show! Exclusive news update!
The pre-sale for Michael Stanley and the Resonators goes on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Wait a sec. What?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because...
Where did you see that?
I got an email from the concert venue.
Did we all get the same one?
Probably, if you're signed up for
I didn't get
some
that.
updates, but
Oh,
yeah.
right. Is this a hologram tour?
No.
Boy, they can't let this guy go, can
I
they?
think they just may have forgot to cancel something that was scheduled.
Oh,
And the
like a
email went out.
reschedule.
Oh, yeah.
Well, somebody's going to have to call that venue and tell them, we've got some really bad news for you guys.
Or
can
we
anybody
have
else?
some really good news.
Great
Michael
news.
Stanley's alive.
Oh, man, roll away the stone. Is there any chance that someone else can front the Resonators?
A different Michael Stanley?
No, just change it to like Jim Frankel and the
Hi,
Resonators.
I'm Stanley Michaels.
Yeah.
It probably won't have the same. It won't resonate the same with the audience, if you will. But, okay, I got a break. If you want to grab tickets for Chelsea Handler, I'll have 2 winners for this. We were gone for a couple days. Chelsea Handler is doing the Vaccinated and Horny tour. out at MGM Northfield Park on October the 9th. And I'll have tickets for you after this break, so listen for those. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back. The Vaccinated and Horny Tour. She's going back out. MGM Northfield Park is where she will set up here. Saturday, October the 9th. If you want to go to Ticketmaster.com, they might have more they will have more info for you. But otherwise, we'll get two winners here. Callers 10 and 11. You each get a pair of tickets to see Chelsea Handler back live on stage in about a little over a week or so. So good luck. Callers 10 and 11. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break in about an hour. He's working on that. For everybody asking me if I will have Tool tickets to give away, I will. I will have Tool tickets for you next week on the show. As a matter of fact, they announced that they're coming back in April with a band called The Acid Helps, who are pretty good, but I was a little bummed because the other band that's opening some Tool dates, a band called Blonde Redhead, which I'm a huge fan of. They're just not doing the Cleveland date. So the Tool Fear Inoculum Tour gets back on the road, and they will do the Romo Fijo on March the 20th with a band called The Acid Helps. So yes, I will have Tool tickets for you next week. I was talking to people who joined the Tool fan club specifically so they could get an early crack at tickets. I'll also have tickets for you to see Ghost and Volbeat if you want to drive to Columbus to see them. And if I know anything about Ghost and Volbeat fans, they will absolutely drive to see those bands. So Ghost and Volbeat in February. That's a little farther away, but you'll go to Columbus to see that. And then I'll have Carnival of Horrors. Passes for you if you're down Canton Way. Oh, and tickets to see Halloween Kills. We're doing a preview screening of Halloween Kills.
Oh, those are back. Neat.
It's going to be in theaters, and it drops on Peacock?
Yep.
Okay. So that's next week. Volbeat, Ghost, Tool, Halloween Kills.
Many Saints of Newark starts this weekend. Pump for that.
I thought that was already on HBO Max.
Starts October 1st.
Oh, it does? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, there you go.
But I'm going to see it in theaters because that's how David, what's his name?
David Chase.
David Chase
wanted
to
it.
See it in theaters.
That's right, in theaters. Right. Okay. What? Sorry, I'm looking here.
Yes, very true. Yeah. Very true.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. If you want to drop a message there, you can. Oh, by the way, also, a slight tease here. I'll have the new Cleveland Clothing Company code for you for the month of October.
Let's already beware for this. Are we allowed to guess?
When we get to it, Mary.
I'm ready.
By the way, I looked at Mary's video in the break. I think that's a woman with her pants down.
Right. And we looked at it a little bit closer, and there does appear to be a puddle next to her, or at least some wet cement. Yeah. So if she was squatting to pee. And then the one, I thought it was originally two women and a man sitting on the ledge. I think it might be three women sitting on the ledge, and it looks like someone hands her something to wipe with.
The sisters are doing it for themselves.
You know? What do you just got a sisterhood of the traveling pants? That's what it is.
Yeah, those pants are traveling due south. I guess my rhetorical question is, how long are you unhoused? How long are you on the street before you get to pants down, peeing in public?
In front of other people.
In front of other people. How long? You know the old Chris Rock joke, if you have a humorous sign, you haven't been homeless that long. I'm curious how long you are out there before you just throw all of your dignity to the wind and go, pants down, I gotta take a whiz in front of other people.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if those are her girls, she's in, good company, but I don't know. After Hours line, 216-986-8903.
Hey, Ellen, this is Lindsay from Akron. I was listening to the show yesterday, and you played the clip where you were at, I think it was a bachelor party, and you went out to get some drink, and the server completely messed up your order and put all of the guys' drinks on your tab. The server happened to mention that their drink was Jameson and ginger. Anyway, I think I was your server. So I'd love to know exactly where you were, if you can remember. I was working at the Windsor pub at the time. So if you could clear that up. Every time I hear the segment, I think it's me. So anyway, that'd be great. Thanks. Love the show. Bye.
Well, I'm happy to let Lindsay off the hook. I've never been to the Windsor pub. Is that in Akron? I don't remember I don't know what segment she's talking about. I had a couple of people hit me up and mention me talking about going to bachelor. The only bachelor party that I can recall where I got handed the whole bill was in Detroit. I'd have to go. I'm not quite sure what segment I aired where I was talking about a bachelor party, but
It was your wife's friend, and you didn't know anybody. You guys went axe throwing.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that was in Detroit. Yeah, that was not. It was my wife's cousin. Yeah, and the waitress messed the bill up and handed it to me, and it was $700. It was the bill for the entire party. And okay.
But
that was not in Akron, no.
Because you just handed her your credit card. You assumed it would be right, and we're just like, here you go, and she put it all on yours, and then you were like, nah, I got to call the restaurant and like go back to her or whatever. Yeah.
Well, I thought I mentioned in that was in Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're off the hook, Lindsay. Thank you. Unless she meant Windsor, Canada. Isn't there a place in Akron called the Windsor Pub?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I've passed it, but I don't. I mean, Detroit's obviously right across the river from Windsor. Maybe she thought I was talking about Windsor, Ontario, but no, it's.
Talmadge Avenue in Akron. It's Windsor Pub.
Okay, well, you're off the hook, Lindsay. That was not you. I don't even know the name of the girl who did it.
We went out for dinner for Jim 2's bachelor party on Saturday, and at the restaurant, they're very clear, like, and I kind of like this. They're like, we can break up your tabs. It's not a big deal anymore. We have a computer system now. It's real easy. So just order what you're going to order. We'll keep track of it. And that was very nice. It made it very easy to get in and out without having to try and collect money from everybody. Not that it would have been that difficult to do, but it was just a nice improvement in the whole dining experience in a large group.
Mm-hmm.
I see now, as someone who's worked in restaurants, it's not that hard to split a check. Unless you have some wackadoo system, like the main systems that you're going to get for any restaurant, it's really, a lot of the times it's as simple as like highlighting something and then moving it to another check, like 2 clicks of your finger, and then it's on a different tab. It gets really not that difficult.
I know you servers do enjoy it very much when somebody gives you a folio with 8 credit cards in it and goes, you know what, just spread it out.
That's annoying. But it's just like, but even then, it's really not that. Then you just got to do some math.
You got to do some math.
It's just annoying. You have a calculator. What is very, very frustrating is when someone will hand you 8 20s and say, like, if all the people are paying separately. Because I worked at a lunch place, so people's tabs were like $10 or $12.
Yep.
And if you had a table of 6 people that all paid with a 20, you got to get change. You got to do this. You got to keep them all separate. You got to make sure you give it. That can get confusing. I see that, but it's all just credit cards.
Some people are asking, apparently there was some kind of Michael Stanley and the Resonators tribute show. Could that be it?
It didn't say that it was a tribute show.
I was going to say, the guy hadn't been dead that long. They're already doing tribute shows.
Maybe that's what it is, but it was,
Okay.
It just says Michael Stanley and the Resonators. That's what I saw in the email that I got.
Okay.
So
I didn't get that email, so. They're having a Friends of Michael Stanley show?
Okay, well, maybe that's what it is.
Michael Stanley obviously won't be there. But, okay.
It wasn't labeled as like a Friends of Michael Stanley or like, it's labeled like a Michael Stanley and the Resonators show.
Right.
In the email that I got.
Alan, I think that might be a typo. There's a Michelle Steinley and the Resonators, which is a string quartet. Could it be that? Could it be Michelle Steinley and the Resonators?
Could be Michelle Steinley.
Oh, okay. Alan, I'm glad you're back and well. I was worried that something was wrong with your colon or that you were stung by another wasp.
Wasp.
No, I was not. My colon is, as I understand it, squeaky clean. I'm not due for another a checkup for another 3 years. A clean bill of health.
They saw my colon, they scraping, trying to determine if my pipe is dirty. Making sure my blood is purty. Making sure my blood is purty.
Yeah, I'm fine. Alan, I whipped it out last night on the street to pee, and I'm not homeless. Well, you're just gross. Homeless people don't have anywhere else to go. You do. You know.
I mean, depending on the ruralness of the street, if you were out in the country, go for it.
I haven't taken a public pee in a very long time.
I was just thinking about
Well,
that.
a men's room is a public pee.
But I'm talking about like outside.
Like a street pee.
A street pee. I've never taken a street pee.
I wish I could say the same.
You used to pee like on
You've
the side
peed
of buildings
on
and
the
stuff.
street.
I'm sure that I have.
You've squatted down. Well, there's a lot of alcoholics don't piss on the street.
No, most alcoholics.
I've known plenty of alcoholics who have not whizzed on the street.
They don't
Your
announce it.
alcoholics aren't that fun.
So you would have to drop your. You'd have to do what this woman did. Drop your pants.
I'm going to say it is absolutely not out of the realm of possibility. I'm going to lean towards I've probably done that.
So then, when filming this person the other day, you could have easily looked at your boyfriend and said, "Babe, I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
Let me document this."
No, I was just like trying to figure out what was happening. That's what the documentation was for further analysis later.
Wow, I have never whizzed on the street.
Not even just like hammered at a bar and you just find an alley somewhere and go pee.
There's a bathroom at the bar.
I guess. Maybe you don't want to wait. I've peed in men's rooms.
No,
I've peed in urinals.
You don't want to wait, but because I'd be the guy where somebody would come up behind me. I'm like a cop magnet, so I'd be the guy, some dude walking by randomly, plain clothes, off duty. Hey,
You're accidentally
Then
too
don't
close
turn
to a
around
school.
and pee towards the street.
Oh,
that
there
way
you
you can
go,
keep your
yeah.
head on a swivel.
that is a good a good tip if you'll pardon the pun.
I had a friend of mine that would pee as he walked. Like we would be, we would walk.
That sounds messy.
Well, no. He would unzip and do everything normal. But like, I would just be talking to him and then he would turn around. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm going to go pee. I'm like, dude, like you're just casually walking. He's walking backwards, talking to me normal. I'm like, someone's going to see you. He was like, if they didn't want to see my D, they wouldn't look. So I don't care.
I know everybody's got a billion reasons for why they should do some gross, disgusting thing in public. And in their mind, it's a good reason.
I didn't say it was a good reason. It's just that was his analysis.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Not once.
I mean, if
Not one time you've peed on the street.
No.
After a concert, like at Blossom, when the line is super long to get out and you're standing by your car, you've never just
Or you
peed
pee in
next
the
to your
trees,
car?
Yeah.
No.
Public sex is just as gross as public pee.
Public sex is hot.
Public sex is not hot. It's
Yeah, it
never,
is.
again, not convenient. It's gross.
You
gotta
do it different.
You got to rely on the elements.
What does convenience have to do with sex?
Because you want it there
No,
right now.
Cody wants
no
everything
sex. I know he doesn't want to do
given to
any
him.
work. I get it. No work at all. I understand. In any possible situation.
I just
no
think
work.
about
There's nothing convenient about any kind of sex.
I'm just thinking about the sex scene from 8 Mile. Do you remember that?
I've never seen 8 Mile.
Oh, she like comes to visit him at work in a factory.
It's like
and,
how
picks
romantic.
her up.
He puts her on a piece of machinery. I'm like, this is
Yeah.
the best you could do.
Yeah,
Well,
that's.
you're in the moment. You
Yeah.
just got to do it right
Listen,
then.
if you're working in a factory like that and a girl shows up and's like, you want to bang real quick, that's a good day at
You
work.
are going to find
Yes.
a vibrating piece of machinery
Yeah,
to
you're
help
gonna-
out, and you're going to put her on it.
Find a little area to get it in. Like that's, and then
feels
he
so
goes to the
good.
studio and someone else found a place to get it in. So
Alan, once you guys are in the new studios, you're going to see a lot of street pee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I know.
That's going to be our regular.
Oh,
that
we're gonna-
video is going to be our regular.
We're going to be able to
view.
identify downtown denizens by their anal print.
I was walking by the studios the other day and they're getting some insulation in there.
Oh!
Drywall's supposed to go up this week. And things are moving along.
What kind of installation? Is this a modern art installation?
Yes,
Because
you're
I will
gonna
not
hate
go.
it. Yeah, it's a bunch of.
When is Dr. Berkman coming in now?
Well, I had him coming in on the first day in our new studios. So whenever that is, obviously it was going to be October 1st, which would have been this Friday.
That would have been crazy.
But dreams of glory are soon shattered, so that's not going to happen. So I told him, as it turned out, he would not, after all, have been able to make Friday anyway. So I said, first day back, or first Friday back, I want to have a new installment of Is It Red?
Because we used to have him in once a month back in the good old days, right?
Yeah. Alan, in the rerun show, you were talking about how you had to pull over on the highway for your daughter. My daughter has peed on the ground more times than I have. Yes, but that was battle conditions. I mean, I didn't plan that out properly, and that was all me. And she still loves to remind me of that, too. That's probably one of her first cogent memories. Yeah. She'll be like, remember when you got me out on the side of the road and I had to pee? Yes, I do remember that.
My
yes.
boyfriend said he's had to do that with his daughter before because she's young, she's 5, and he'll be like, do you have to pee before we leave? She'll be like, no. And then it gets where
you get on the
going,
road.
like,
I've got to pee.
Right.
The best is, I have to pee, I think.
Right.
All right.
The one time we actually came here to pick up something because he has an SUV and it was a big piece. So we get here and I was like, honey, why don't we try to pee before we leave? And she's like, I don't have to pee. I said, let's just go. I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Why don't you come with me?
Just try.
Right. Just try. Not having it. And we were going to the Chipotle that's right here on Rockside Road.
They take it like such an assault.
Right. Like to ask him.
How dare you think that I, a child, would have to pee?
Right. So we get in the car and we're starting to drive down Rockside. We're going a quarter of a mile to this Chipotle. And as soon as we hit the red light, she goes, Daddy, I have to pee. And he's like, we just asked you. And she goes, well, I wasn't struggling before.
Struggling.
Yes.
Yeah, the struggle is real.
And he goes, well, don't wait until you're struggling.
Yeah, kids wait until they kind of like break the seal, like they're ready to burst.
It's like it's dripping, yeah.
It just made me laugh. A little tiny voice say, I wasn't struggling before.
Alan, I'm a female. I pulled over on the turnpike, went around the car to pee. Tell Mary she's doing great. I'm 8 years sober now.
Woohoo! See, we get it.
There you go.
I mean,
yeah,
in
no,
the
listen,
Philippines, people pee like in the middle of the day. Like men will just pee anywhere. And
I mean, I've told the story. I had massive diarrhea in a Dick's parking lot.
Nice.
But I've never actively peed on a street.
I've pooped in a parking lot.
S word for poop.
S word for poop. That's right.
Bill, this might sound ignorant. Did they had running water, right? Like, or did
Not
people
all of
not
them.
really have toilets?
I mean, they have. So what a lot of people had was they'd have a toilet, but they would have like to go to a well, and they'd bring their water from that well every day.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a 2-mile walk, but it'd be like, here's the well, you load up your water for that day, and you keep it in buckets or like barrels near your house.
So they weren't wasting that water to pee, is what you're saying.
Right.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, and the toilets were only for number 2, and it was like outdoor sewer. So yeah, it's bad conditions.
Yeah.
In the that's like in the shacks and shanty areas. There were places that had running water and indoor plumbing and stuff like that, but a lot of the places don't.
The shacks and shanty areas.
Yeah, I mean that's what it was. It's the urban jungle. I mean, like, if you look at the movie Ready Player One, where it's the stacks,
yeah,
it's like that, but way more dangerous looking.
Huh. All right. I got prison mail, but I don't know. I don't have time. It's very short. We got our first prison mail from out of state.
Oh.
I'll tell you, it's short here. Tell you what. You want me to just do it before I go to
That's up to you. You're the boss.
Let me.
We could talk more about sidewalk pee if you'd like.
Well, you know, when people are like, public sex is the best. My wife and I banged in the botanical garden, so now anytime we want to have public sex, we call it getting botanical. I mean, like, if you've got a little bit of shorthand, you know, and Gwen and I will have sex at people's weddings. But when people say public sex, I assume they mean like in the open.
Yeah.
Right, like you might get caught.
That's what's hot about it.
I don't like that.
What's hot about getting arrested for public nudity? And then
You're
you gotta
not going to get arrested.
It happens if you take a
They're
whiz.
like,
If you take a friggin' whiz and get caught, you got to register as a sex offender. I don't need that in my life. All the street peeing, like I peed in the street. Yeah, and if somebody walks by and he's a cop, you got to register as a sex offender.
If they want to be a douche about it.
It sounds like they do a lot. It sounds like they do a lot. You get guys peeing on trees too close to a school and they have to knock on their neighbors' doors for the next 30 years. No, thanks. I'll hold it. Well, now I got to go to a break. Got me all worked up.
That's deep.
But I'll get to some prison mail when we come back. If you want to send a text, 35192.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 want to send a text. We'll do the Poundcake Sports Break about a half an hour. Get that every Wednesday. And we'll have Bloodview Haunted House tickets for you later on, too. And we'll get to some more calls off the After Hours line. Piece of prison mail here, too. Our first out-of-state prison mail was handed to me earlier in the day, so we'll get to that shortly. Indians are in Kansas City tonight to play one of their very last games of the Indians era. That goes without saying. 8:10 tonight is the first pitch here on WMMS. It's also NHL preseason is underway, too, for people paying attention to that.
So exciting.
Yeah,
The
both of
Seattle
those
Kraken
people.
are in the mix now.
Oh, yeah. They
Yep.
started. Nice.
New team out of Seattle. And so they've been playing for a few days. My Blackhawks, I think, are playing for the first time tonight. They're playing the Red Wings in Chicago. So October the 12th is the beginning of the regular season. If you're a hockey fan, Columbus Blue Jackets are playing tonight as well. They're playing the St. Louis Blues. But the last of your Cleveland Indians bowl games are all here on MMS. Next one, 8:10 tonight and tomorrow against the Royals in Kansas City. And then the weekend series, the last of the Indians era, against the Rangers in Texas. And there is still a chance, I'm being told, still a chance that the Indians might get into some postseason play. I was also informed that those people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
So for a second, I thought, oh, well, maybe that would be, nice. But that's not going to happen.
Yeah, there's a little number there if you go to standings, and it says number 2 elimination.
77.
And Cleveland's number is E for eliminated.
Yeah, well, but the Dodgers and Giants both won over 100 games, so congrats to them. They were killing it. All right, let me get to some of this prison mail here.
Dear Mama, shouldn't have did what I done. Dear Papa, getting caught with a gun. Sitting here writing down letters of hope, praying every night that I just don't drop the soap. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison.
We usually get prison mail addressed to us. This was addressed to iHeartRadio here in Independence. It's postmarked Wilmington, Delaware. And boy, I don't know, all the prison mail we've gotten from Grafton and Lorcy and all these places out here, they don't have as nice stationery as they do out there in Delaware. I don't know if maybe it's a federal joint versus a state thing. I don't know. There's a little stamp on the back. This letter was sent. I've never seen this before because we don't have this on the Ohio letters we get. The stamp on the back of the envelope. This letter was sent by an inmate who is in state prison. The state is not responsible for debts incurred or for the contents of this letter. And it comes from the James T. Vaughn Correctional Center in Smyrna, Delaware. You think it's an honor to have a prison named after you?
Depends on what you do.
They're probably named after like a dead warden or something, right?
No.
Probably, yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be?
No.
Like a governor, maybe?
Or like the best.
Who was really into incarceration?
Prisoner?
The best clerk at a Giant Eagle? I don't know.
Now, it's going to be like a state... Whatever. This guy's name is Gary Campbell, who sends this. Now, mind you, this was not addressed to us, but it is prison mail. That's why it was passed to me. It's written, Dear iHeart. You should have sent this to Dave iHeart Media, but it's sent to iHeart Radio. Please send me info on how much you charge per month for me to subscribe to your service. Now, as people who regularly listen to WMMS and the Alan Cox Show know, the iHeart Radio service is absolutely free. And therein lies its inherent appeal. Thank you. But we have a golden opportunity here to answer him in a completely different way. Please give the full info on your service because I also want to promote your business by word of mouth to other inmates. In my inserts of the Voice Christian newsletter that I handwrite bi-monthly, Now, his handwriting is
Why can't
awful.
you do it monthly?
Bi-monthly.
What do you got going on, sir?
Bi-monthly.
He's in prison.
Nah, he's busy.
How much Christian news is there in a month? You got to let it pile up, and then you give it to him.
There's always Christian news.
Maybe that should be a new segment on the show.
Did he come back this month? Nope. We'll keep waiting. Keep you updated.
But
monthly, not bi-monthly.
But here's the rub. Because bi-monthly means twice a month, but also every 2 months. It's the same thing. So when somebody, I'm it's fuzzy when he says bi-monthly. Is this?
I thought twice a month was bi-weekly.
Well, bi-monthly is either twice a month, it can be, or once every 2 months.
I think it's once every 2 months.
When I hear
said once every 2 months.
bi-weekly would be
once every 2 weeks.
the word bi-monthly means both of those things, is what I'm saying. But when I hear bi-monthly, I think every 2 months.
Yeah.
But it's also, Anyway, but who knows what he means?
Well, if he means bi-monthly twice a month, then I think he's doing a great job.
You like what he's doing.
Take it back.
Uh-huh. Thanks, he says, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from you soon, and stay safe during these troubling times. Now, usually when we get prison mail addressed to us, they know they know the rules. Tell us what you're in for. Send an incredibly detailed portrait of one of us. This one is from Gary Campbell, who's out there.
So Gary looked up iHeartRadio and found our address.
Well, I guess he probably looked up iHeartRadio Cleveland, and it will give you this address.
But why would he look up iHeartRadio Cleveland?
Because
he's from Delaware.
I think he's sending this to every market.
Oh, so he's trying to get it.
Yes,
Okay.
he wants to, quote.
Then I'm guessing it's probably bi-monthly every 2 months because he's busy writing letters to all the different
To every single radio station.
Yeah.
I want
Or at least all the clusters.
I want to promote your business by word of mouth to the inmates through the inserts in the bi-monthly newsletter I write. You can't hate the hustle, but I love it. Hey, let me do you a favor.
Yeah.
I get these letters all the time from businesses. Hey, give me some free advertising and I'll help promote you guys. Yeah,
Right.
that's not how it works, and I don't need that. Thank you, though. But I do like his P.S. P.S. I'm trans female, so please use appropriate pronouns. So there you go. So Gary, I'm not dead naming her. It's signed Gary Campbell. She doesn't put what her name is.
Interesting.
It's signed Ms. Campbell, inmate number 00483-118.
Gary's interesting.
Gary is interesting. I've never met a woman named Gary. Now I have.
Sounds like
met
a Johnny
snail
Cash
named
song.
Gary. What's it?
A boy named Sue
and a girl named Gary. So anyway, this was handed to me this morning.
I met a lass in Reno.
So anyway, thank you. The service is absolutely free. I certainly hope you're not going to hear me do this. That's the only problem, Gary. You're not going to hear me talk about this. And I'm certainly not going to I'm not going to go the extra mile and write back to you. But I appreciate the letter and Godspeed. Good luck with that whole Christian newsletter thing.
For some guys, it's drugs. For some, it's a knife. One dude shot his dog for banging his wife. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison.
I was reading about this Italian priest overseas who was outed and fired and because he was he was gay.
How gay was he?
He was so gay that he stole $117,000 to pay for drug-fueled gay orgies.
Wow, that's pretty gay.
Very gay.
Man, that sounds like my type of priest.
I know, right?
Was he getting chased by police or anything, and then had to make a daring escape, maybe some sort of jump, or some sort of?
As he was running out of his establishment, he's like, I don't know how I'm going to get out of here. And he goes, I know what I'll do. I'll do a leap. That's how I get out of it. How will I escape the oncoming clergy trying to catch me for embezzling all of this money to fuel my gay orgies? I'm turning into Triumph all of a sudden, yeah.
That's fine.
I will do a Lipa.
Dua Lipa.
Oh, what?
Dua Lipa.
I will do a Lipa.
And I'll also listen to her music during my gay orgies.
Yeah. I mean, he's a cute priest. Young dude. Well, he's 40. Looks younger.
What's his name?
Father Francesco Spagnesi. A highly regarded priest from Prato, Italy. How do you become a not very highly regarded priest?
You say things
like
wrong.
a middle management priest. Well, because, every time you read one of these, I think that's an editorial a choice. Everybody loved him. Turns out he's gay. It's like, well, why wouldn't they still love him? I mean, the embezzling.
It's a fall from grace.
Well, I guess the embezzling's illegal, but like what,
Oh, he's cute.
Yeah, he is cute. He solicited funds from parishioners, saying he was using it to help out poor families. See, that makes you a scumbag. But I mean, the gay. Apparently, the gay thing was the least of the problems here, as far as the church went. By the way, I also love when they describe, anybody who embezzles money. And they find out because obviously this person ends up in a nice new car, or they take vacations, or whether it's a Republican congresswoman or whatever it is, it embezzles money and spends it on things they shouldn't. They always say they spent the money to maintain their lavish lifestyle.
Yeah, they're creating it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
The money gave them the lavish lifestyle. They're maintaining it. They created it. They weren't independently wealthy, and I got to keep this ship afloat.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he embezzled $117,000 American in church funds to buy drugs for gay sex parties. Got to get them poppers, son.
Yeah, gay sex parties, yeah.
He'd been placed under house arrest while police interviewed 200 people who attended his lavish orgies over the past 2 years. How does it take that long for 200 people to spill the secret that the major domo is a priest?
Excuse you?
Major what?
Major what?
Major domo is a priest.
That felt phobic for a second.
Father Francesco Spagnesi was caught after police received a tip that his roommate had imported a liter of GHB from the Netherlands.
GHB? That's like a throwback.
It is, right? It's an old school date rape drug.
Mm-hmm.
Why does the priest have a roommate? Does he not make enough on his priest salary to live alone?
That's why he had to embezzle.
He probably wanted to have a roommate.
Oh, if he's gay, yeah. It's a gay roommate?
I don't know.
That they're
sure
like
there are gay
hooking up?
dudes that live alone. The two men are alleged to have used online dating sites to invite guests to their home. So he stole from the parish bank account, and he solicited funds from parishioners. He was a former medical student who dropped out to join the priesthood at age 26. And a parish accountant discovered that the guy had withdrawn $117,000. He didn't even do it in he didn't even do it in increments.
Over the course of several years or anything like that.
That's right.
Drug-fueled orgies.
Boy, there's got to be nothing better than a drug-fueled orgy.
It's definitely better than you don't want just like a Christ.
Well, I mean,
Christ-fueled orgy.
But like if you had your choice,
a lot of apologizing,
or even like a charcuterie-fueled orgy.
Right? Yeah. If they're like, hey, I'm going to have a Fago-fueled orgy this weekend, you wouldn't want to go to that as much as.
It sounds sticky.
That rock and rye is good, but yeah, if people were like, maybe you're not into juggalos.
A kitten-fueled orgy.
Oh, come on. Leave them
that's
out
adorable.
Of it.
No, but that's what you get everybody there. You play with kittens, and then you have sex with each other. You're not having sex with the kittens.
Well, then be more specific. Put that on the flyer.
Yeah.
Do orgies have flyers?
Some of them probably.
Never been.
He asked everybody to
Dua Lipa.
Faith. So he's on the hook.
I love the quotes in this.
I love the quotes. He blames because everybody blames something, and I assume maybe this is broken English. He blames cocaine vertex for his actions.
Cocaine vortex, yeah.
Oh, the misprint here says vertex. I was like, that's
me.
a cocaine vortex. He also disclosed that he's HIV positive.
Oh, boy.
Well, there you go.
Dua Lipa.
How am I going to get out of here? I got to jump over to that thing.
Dua Lipa.
I'll do a leap. I don't recognize myself anymore, he says. The cocaine vortex has swallowed me.
Take that, polar vortex.
Yeah.
Take it to the next level.
There you go. Wasn't the only time he got swallowed. Nevertheless, I called my cocaine vortex Gary.
So he was doing cocaine and he had a chocolate candy addiction?
Yeah, I guess so. It's a hell of a drug. So, yeah, he said that the cocaine vortex done got him, and that's why he went the way he did. He was tearful before his lawyers. The drug made me betray my parishioners. It made me tell lies. And now I'm HIV positive.
Damn,
as a
that's a good
postscript. Imagine that.
Did Tyler Perry write this story?
I was going to say,
Stop saying that. Why you always go back to the AIDS movie?
And Kim Kardashian as Father Francesco Spagnesi.
I'm actually surprised that he blamed it on the cocaine and wasn't like, demons told me to do this.
I was say Satan.
Yeah, like he
Satan
didn't
got
blame
me.
the devil.
Well,
he
he's
was
in
like,
the
I did
cocaine
coke.
vortex,
Like, yeah.
But I think the cocaine vortex is loosely applied to the devil.
Oh.
Well, the devil is a meth demon, not so
Is
much.
he? No,
I think the
I feel
devil's
like the
associated
devil
with
likes
meth.
all of them.
It's always somebody who's on angel dust or meth that tells you the devil told me to drown my children. Cocaine, you just kind of up all night and you're having, say it with me, drug fueled.
Oh.
Well, see, this is what I was
orgies.
This is what I was getting at with the whole Russia thing. Like, the people that are repressed and they're not allowed to do this stuff in common everyday life. Like, if you just allow them to have their drug-fueled parties, then they'll be fine. But if they have to go underground, you're getting cocaine, you're getting meth, you're getting unprotected sex.
I just can't believe.
Everything.
I mean, something's got to happen with the church. I can't believe that in the year 2021, they're
not letting their priests do cocaine.
They're not letting their priests do cocaine. But no, that
they don't want to lose the money, Alan.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you still have people going into the priesthood because they think it's going to stop them being gay. Like, A, have you not read a newspaper in the past 30 years? B, why do you think you're going to be the one that's like a call to the clergy is somehow aversion therapy? This guy left medical school to become a priest when he was 26.
No, they probably wanted to do there as a cover. They're like,
what cover? Everybody associates priests with gay men now.
Yeah, but
it's like a cliche. It's a joke.
It's almost like protection, and they'll move you and they'll deny it for you. Like you have a.
Well, it didn't happen with this guy.
Because he was doing coke and stealing money.
That's for
kid touching.
Kid touching, not for being gay.
Not for being gay.
So the kid touching is okay, but
no, it's not okay. It's not okay. But it was so prevalent that they were finally like, dude, there's a law of attrition with clergy in the Catholic Church. They don't have new guys coming in, so they're like, we got to take the ones we've got, no matter how
that's why they kept them around?
Yes, of course.
See, I never understood that because I didn't grow up Catholic. So I'm like, why are they moving these people to other parishes? Why don't they fire them?
Part of it, they don't fire them because they don't have anybody to replace them with. Part of it is I don't think they're vetting very well. Like they're not going to go, "Are you gay?" And also,
but why wouldn't they want these people to go to prison? I don't understand that.
Because it looks bad on the church.
Some of them did, yeah, because it casts the shadow on the church, and the church's business is the church's business. That's changing ever so slowly because there are priests that are going to jail.
Now, how many of the priests that are kid touching are doing it because they're gay?
Well, pedophilia and homosexuality aren't the same thing. I mean, plenty of gay people. People like to conflate that.
Well, I'm saying like it's so repressed and like they've been putting it down for so long that's just how it came out with their like altar boys. And
stuff.
Stuff.
If I were gay, Poundcake isn't attracted to kids.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Being attracted to kids is a very specific thing.
Big meaty men.
Same.
This guy.
Men.
I know.
Gotta have just a little hair, a little something. Give me something, some chest hair.
Jesus.
Some taco meat.
He likes some drug-fueled man orgies over there.
Ooh, it feels so good.
The drug of choice is Propecia.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. Cocaine. Cocaine.
Hey, Alan, by the way, speaking of pee, ask Mary about her new toilet seat.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that something that I should be aware of?
Also,
It's Ron and Willoughby asking that. Did you
Also-
buy a toilet seat in Willoughby?
No, I didn't buy it in Willoughby, but this is also on my Instagram story. So my toilet seat, it was obviously there when I moved into the apartment. I didn't bring my own toilet seat, and it broke over the weekend, like broke off. Like there was no fixing it. I tried to super glue it, it didn't work. So I just went to the store and bought a new toilet seat. And when I installed it today, it is about probably 2 inches too long that it's hanging over the front of the toilet bowl. So the toilet seat comes out 2 inches past where the toilet bowl is.
You got the wrong size seat.
I didn't even know they came in different seats. It never occurred to me to measure my toilet.
Well, they only come oval or round.
Right. And
You
I was
have
like,
one of the stubby round toilets?
no, my toilet bowl is oval shaped. It's not a circular toilet bowl.
I think there's only one size of oval toilet seat.
That's what I
Obviously,
thought.
there's not.
There's not because there's
Because that one's also probably pretty old, I'm guessing.
the one that I had. Yeah,
Yeah.
the toilet. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sure it's ancient.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
So
I see. Oh, you got the wrong length of
So
I
if you
see.
look at it, like I put a video on my story this morning because I'm like, I cleaned my whole apartment. I got a bunch of stuff done before I leave for the week, and I'm undoing the toilet seat. I'm like, oh man, I'm listening to music, and then when I install, I'm like, why does this look so weird? And then like I looked at it, and then it is a solid 2 inches too long, and then I'm like, I'm leaving it. I don't care.
5'10". Yeah.
Oh, come on. The old sit and spit. I already put it on there, and I'm like, what harm could it do? It just looks silly.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, you're not. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
not gonna hurt
you're not going to
anything.
feel anything. You'll just have if you will, you're going to have a wider opening.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that when
What gal wouldn't want that?
when you open the toilet seat, you can see the rim of the bowl. So I was wondering if it'll miss.
You're gonna feel cold.
on like the back
Yeah.
of your legs.
Oh, you need to get a new toilet seat.
But I threw away the receipt, and it was like $25.
A lot of these places you can just take it back if you still have all the stuff.
I don't.
Oh, well
I threw
then.
it all away.
Why'd you throw it all away?
Because why would I keep it?
Because anything like home improvement, you make sure it all fits, and then you throw away the receipt.
Oh, it's all gone. Everything's
well,
gone.
and you can buy a new toilet. You got to eat that one.
Why? Why
you
can't
literally
I use
eat it. You got to cut it up and eat it.
I mean, you can.
You
use
can
it.
do whatever you want, but you've just given us 3 reasons why it's going to be a real pain in the ass.
It looks silly. I sat on it. It felt fine to sit on.
It looks silly because it has a carpet.
It's got an
seat on
overbite.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan, the real question is, will that priest make Gary's Christian newsletter? They're in prison in Delaware. I certainly hope so. And Godspeed.
You can also probably sell your old toilet seat for $25. It's no
Yeah.
problem.
Oh, I threw that away too.
Mary Santora's toilet seat, you missed a, if you will, golden opportunity to unload that puppy.
But it was someone else's before it was mine.
They
But
don't
it's
care.
yours most recently.
Well, you sell this one.
This was
You've
yes.
used it.
This was sat upon by one Mary Santora.
You guys are gross.
She took a series of dumps on this.
I did.
We're just looking for a solution to a problem.
Alan, I'm planning an orgy. Should I send the flyers to the studio or just email you guys?
Just paper them.
We'll just
Yeah.
Just hang them up on street poles.
That's right. Yep. Go the old Thomas Paine route. I got to take a break. If you're on hold, to get you on the way back, we'll get to the Poundcake Sports Break as it is Wednesday. And if you want to text for anything, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2021 iHeartRadio Music Festival, the ultimate.
right, with tickets to Bloodview Haunted House in Broadview Heights. They've been scaring for charity since 1981. 40 years. Open weekends now through Halloween. They've been scaring the yell out of Northeast Ohio. Haunted house, terrifying dark experience. It's all there for you. Bloodview.org. If you want to get online, look around there. A couple of passes here. I'll get 2 winners, okay? Passes for each. Callers 10 and 11. Good luck. Have fun. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The crown jewel in iHeartRadio's studded gimp mask. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a minute. By the way, all the plumbers are texting confirming what I said. There's only round toilet seats and elongated toilet seats. Those are the only 2 kinds.
But
so you have a round. You have a round toilet.
Okay, maybe
probably.
round, but not circular. My toilet bowl is not a circle.
Well, again, there are only 2. There, you get a round toilet seat for like old-timey toilets that are round, and then when people got bigger and fatter, they started stretching them toilet seats out. So I don't know what you got, but all the plumbers are like, yeah, that's what it is. There's only 2 kinds.
Well, whatever.
Look into it. Where did you buy the toilet seat?
Target.
I was going to say, if you go to a place like Home Depot, a lot of times they'll just be like, yeah, fine. You know, say, hey, let me swap this out. You know,
It's out of the packaging and everything, and used.
Yeah, you threw
try at Target. Go try
everything out.
I had to go to Staples yesterday and get something, and the item that I picked up, it said $27.99 where I picked it up from, and then when they rang it up, it was like $37.99. I go, when I picked it up, it said $27.99, and she goes, okay, and just like, bam, bam, bam,
Yeah,
bam.
but that's different than coming in with a
saying, like,
loose toilet seat. Like, can you take this, please? It's got no packaging. It's got no receipt.
Yeah,
I
you're
look
out-
like a crazy person.
You're out of luck if you threw everything away.
How would I show them that I paid?
Well, did you throw everything away and then take your garbage out?
Yes, today's garbage day. It's Wednesday. Duh, Bill.
I didn't know your day was garbage day was today.
Here's what you do. Because Target is also a place, I think if you have the card you bought it on, they run the card, they see you bought it.
Every itemized thing will come up?
Yeah. If you don't have a receipt, it'll show. If whatever credit card you used, they go, do you have the card? Yeah, and it'll show what you bought from them. There might be a chance you could take it back and go, I got the wrong, this is all I have.
Yeah.
I've seen weirder things happen, boy. I mean, and
You also need to picture me walking in with a toilet seat in no covering at all. No packaging, no instructions.
Just put it in a Target bag.
How much did you pay?
Put it in a Target
$25.
bag.
Okay, is $25 worth your temporary embarrassment at walking
Not really,
into
to be honest with
Okay,
you.
well then don't do it.
I'm going to sit on it until something happens.
Then so you crack that lip off.
That's an easy one. $5.25. Come on.
I mean, like, until it breaks or something, I'm just going to use it.
You should paint it yellow to make it look like first season Homer Simpson.
Oh, no.
Really a visual gag, but
I understood.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Bill. All right, well, yeah, for $25, just go buy the right toilet seat.
No, because now I'm aggravated.
Throw this one out. Well, okay.
I'm not throwing it out.
Then sit on it.
I'm going to sit on it.
And the back of your thigh is going to touch that cold ceramic every time.
I didn't feel anything weird when I used it this morning, so it was like, it was fine.
Okay.
I had somebody be like, if anybody is heavier than you that uses that toilet, it's going to break it right off if their legs sit on it. But we'll see what happens.
And your boyfriend, he's got to carry change in his
slight
pockets.
man.
Yeah, so he didn't blow away. You don't have to worry about that with him.
Yeah, and he doesn't poop at my house either.
Really?
Yeah.
Has he ever?
Maybe once on like a weekend when
really?
we had a sleepover. Yeah.
Doesn't poop at your house.
He is
sleepover.
We had a sleepover.
It's funny.
What?
I just think it's a funny term, like when you call it a sleepover with your boyfriend.
Yeah, I'm sleeping over at his house. I say that all the time. Or Brian's sleeping at my house.
Sleeping at their house is one thing, but calling it a sleepover.
We're having a sleepover.
Yeah, it's a sleepover.
It's funny, yeah. We got to make pancakes and talk about our
go
dreams.
To Blockbuster and run some movies, get some popcorn, and then have sex.
And have a little sleepover. But no, I think he's pooped at my house once, but he's weird about that. He doesn't like farting. He's like, we will never be that couple that farts in front of each other.
Same.
And he always jokingly makes fun of me when I poop. I have no problem pooping at his house. But he also has a bathroom fan, and I don't. So I think that makes
you
a
got to
difference.
open a window at your place.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Bathroom fan.
Get that poop. Get that poop. S word for poop.
Big toilet seat. It's a big one.
I think we're missing the most obvious answer to this. Your boyfriend is a garbage man.
Have him go search the dump for my receipt.
For a gently used round toilet seat.
Oh, you're saying
not yours.
Oh, go get me a new one.
Toilet seat.
No, I'm not.
It's free.
It's gross.
Yes.
It works. It works.
They're not two-man trucks anymore. He's a solo act, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it's not like Shotgun is going to go, why do you
just
have
talk to your mom. I'm sure she's
got a
one in
toilet seat
storage.
somewhere. Honestly, she might.
Oh, yeah, I actually have that model for your
do you want white or gray? What are you looking for?
She'll have two huge posts, just ring-tossed, oval and old toilet seats on there. What do you need? This one's from 1982, but it still works. Why don't you replace your toilet to fit the seat?
There you go. There's a solution
that
to a
would
problem.
be easy. I had to call the city to get running water.
I didn't say it would be easy.
Millennials always want the easy way out.
Hey, Kyle. Kyle is one of our bureau chiefs in Iowa. I'm not even looking, Kyle. You're in Grinnell, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What's going on, Kyle?
Oh, hey, I just wanted to drop a line. It's the first time called since I've been out here. And I didn't know, have you ever heard of Brother Jed and Sister Cindy? There's some evangelicals that roam across the country going to college campuses and screaming about all kinds of stuff, sins, and they give anatomy lessons while they're in the middle of their spiel.
Anime?
It's very fun, actually.
Yeah, because Grinnell's a college town, right?
Yeah.
Brother Jed and Sister...
Yeah, they're talking about, all kinds of weird sexual acts and stuff, and they're screaming it across the bullhorn throughout the college town. It's very fun.
This
actually.
sounds familiar. Yeah, this is the guy who goes and stands. Yeah, because I think he only does colleges. And, yeah, he's like an old dude.
Yeah, he's like probably 70 years old, and he's sitting next to a little damn, I can't think. Red Ryder wagon.
Yeah, because Sister Cindy, it's a little creepy because Sister Cindy is his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're disgusting people, and they talk about all kinds of, they're just screaming every, thing in the world, and it was a lot of fun, actually. It was like a stand-up comedy show. It was great.
Well, that's why I feel bad.
I don't know if you ever heard of these.
I have heard of them, yeah, and they made for a while, I think they were in Missouri, so they lived there, but now they live in Indiana, so I feel bad for, like, kids that go to Indiana State, because this guy's, like, right up the street. So maybe that's
they're out in Iowa right now, but I think they're coming to a town near you.
Yeah! I'm going to get on Brother Jed and Sister Cindy.org and see where they are on the
it's a
tour.
Good time. It's fun.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, thanks, Kyle.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, pal. There's Kyle, our bureau chief in Grinnell, Iowa. Alan, Brother Jed was a staple during my years at Bowling Green. That's what Matthew says. Tell Mary toilet seats are about $7 at Home Depot. No, I mean, if you want a thin plastic, that's not the one you got.
No, I got like a padded. It's nice.
Oh, you got a padded one?
It's squishy.
A padded one.
The last
like
one was
you're
padded.
a grandma.
Well, here's the thing.
You just get a wood toilet seat, like a lacquered wood toilet
Well,
seat.
then I'm just gonna I'll whittle a toilet seat if I'm gonna have wood.
Oh, that's funny.
No, I had when I moved into this apartment, I had never had like a padded. It's like cushioned, and I was like, this is so
not
nice.
vinyl, is it? That cracks. The vinyl pad.
Yes, it is
that'll
because
crack.
the old one cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like.
Do you have a carpeted
it,
toilet seat cover?
It is not carpeted. No, it is also vinyl padding or whatever.
Oh, that's funny.
But,
is it rosewood pink? What color?
No,
is
it's white.
Oh, white. Okay.
But I wanted to get that same like comfortable, cushy padding, and so that was the only one they had at Target. So I just grabbed.
Find a regular toilet seat to be uncomfortable, do you?
Well, once I've had a taste of luxury, Alan, let
luxury,
me have it.
I know, right? I love padded toilet seat. I think it's funny when people have those.
Why
padded
is it funny?
toilet seats.
I like it.
Because you shouldn't be on the toilet long enough to go, this is really uncomfortable.
No, but it's also more comfortable.
But, like, a toilet seat is not uncomfortable.
I honestly would never even
think about it. And I have a bony
it.
ass, so I'm, like, shifting when I'm on the toilet. But I'm like, I'm not going to be here long enough for this to be a thing.
But
So-
I would have never even thought about buying a padded one if I didn't already have one.
I see.
You get what I'm saying? Like, it opened my eyes.
So you didn't grow up with padded toilet seats.
I barely grew up with a toilet. What are you talking about?
We just had an open bowl, no seat. Okay, the Poundcake Sports Break, and then I'll give you the Sealy clothing code because that was bestowed upon me too. Poundcake, are you ready for this week's Poundcake Sports Break?
Yes.
Okay.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, haven't we all been here? UFC star John Jones is swearing off alcohol after his Las Vegas arrest. Jones was lit and he got into a scuffle with his fiance and a police car. Mind you, Jones is a UFC fighter and people are witnessing him pulling his fiance's hair, and when police stepped in, Jones responded by headbutting the police car and leaving a dent in the hood. Jones may be swearing off the Satan serum, but I'm sure the next day he was praying to the porcelain god. Also, Jeffrey Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, was accused of assault by a hospital staffer after being admitted for slipping and falling. Sorry, I messed up.
Are you having a stroke?
No,
Okay.
my
Go ahead.
commas and wordings.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Also, Jeffrey Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, was accused of assault by a hospital staffer after being admitted for slipping and falling at a bar. Seems as though Jeff, unlike his dad, isn't light on his feet. Jeff was also drunk when he became combative after civilians and authorities tried to help him. No charges have been filed as of now, and Jeffrey is still in the hospital. But I can't help but think, what had the young man rattled this whole time? Why was he so upset? Perhaps it was that his inheritance is going to be the income from his daddy's used undies at auction? Believe me? Don't believe me? Listen to this. This has got to be the most humble brag that puts all OnlyFans and feet pics auctioneers to shame. Michael Jordan's used underwear is for sale, sold for over $3,000 at auction. There were 19 bids on the pair and allegedly shows signs of definite use. You bet $3,000 I want to be able to scratch and sniff, but that's just me. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball!
I don't know what just happened.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Oh boy, what just happened there? You all right?
Well, the middle part, the wording was all messed up, and I tripped over my words. So
But
yeah.
You rehearse these
Practicing, yeah.
incessantly, though.
Yeah, it's not perfect all the time.
No, I understand. Okay.
It's only human, Alan.
And the words of the immortal Billy Joel. That is no joke. All right. CLE Clothing Company, every month they give us a new code, and it gets you 20% off whatever you get there, whether it's MMS Buzzard merch or whatever else, a T-shirt with the word Cleveland on it.
They make those?
They just started rolling them out.
This is a brand new era for them. A Cleveland Clothing Company, find them online, so whether you buy something online or you get it in one of their stores, just give them the promo code and 20% off, right? Anytime. And through September, of which there's only one more day.
We like to guess.
I know. September, the word was beware. And I was given the October word this morning. This will kick in on Friday. So what is the word for October?
I'm going to go spooky.
That was my guess. That
Spooky.
was my guess.
Bill Squire kills it.
That was my guess, but he also gets to guess first.
He doesn't get to guess
What,
first.
are we all just supposed to yell at the same time?
Yes, nobody gets to guess first. He's a go-getter. He's a go-guesser. All right?
I'm a go-guesser.
He's a go-guesser. And he said spooky.
You know what? That was my guess.
But you would have been right. You are correct.
Thank you.
Hey.
Give her a bell ring so she shuts up.
Fine.
Thank you.
Yes, you are right. What would you have guessed, Poundcake?
Well, my first one was spooky, but then I changed it to candy after Bill said that.
I mean, that would have been good too, but you would have also been correct.
Everybody is right.
Would have been correct, yes. And
We all
Poundcake's back there getting scared.
What do we win?
20% off.
You win 20% off. Yep. You win the joy of knowing.
Same prize
that
every week or every month, even if we get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice deal.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up, Al?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. I got, hey, Mayor.
Yes.
So, toilet seat problem.
Ready.
The oldest trick in the book. Go buy the exact same one, clean up the one you've been using, put it in the new one's package, take it back.
Then I still have 2 of the wrong fitting toilet seat.
maybe I didn't think that through.
Yeah, she needs the round one, it sounds like.
God damn, I thought I was gold there.
I thought you did for half a second, too, until Mary goes, well, then I'm going to have two. Because as Joe's talking, I'm the idiot, too. I'm like, yeah, Joe's got it. Why did we not think of that?
Makes me never want to buy a toilet seat.
My uncle bought like an air conditioner one year, and then he's like, it's getting old, so he went and took the same one back and got the brand new one, and the old one's box. Like,
wait, your grandpa put an air conditioner on a toilet? Is he suffering from dementia or something? Is he okay?
It's a hair conditioner.
He bought an air conditioner, and a year later he took that one back and got the same exact model, and like said something was wrong with that one, and then just got an air conditioner for free.
Wait, I'm still confused. He covered his toilet seat in hair conditioner?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It makes it a nice soft. That would make sense if I wanted to upgrade the toilet seat that I currently have.
To cream rinse.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Damn it, I thought I was on it, but hey,
it's okay.
Something else for you too, Mayor. So this is a couple weeks late, but I'm like a big 9/11 I don't want to say enthusiast, but I'm
a big 9/11 enthusiast.
Gave it away right there, though.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Right. I think they're called truthers, Joe.
Anyway, so every year I try to do something to show a memorial or something.
To commemorate, yes.
Yes. Anyway, so I ordered a 9/11 shirt, and it has remember the 20th anniversary, whatever. Well, you put your name on or whatever, and then on the other side of the chest it has the firefighter badge or whatever. So on the side where you can put your name, I was like, well, I don't want to put my own name because I'm not commemorating myself.
You don't want stolen valor.
Right. So I got on Wikipedia and just found a list of all the firefighters and police officers that died and just picked a name. So I was scrolling through and I was like, I want a cool name. And there was a 36-year-old man named William Santora. So I put Santora on my 9/11 shirt.
Aww.
So in a weird way, that was
good for you.
Somebody who may or may not be right. Yeah.
I mean, it's William Santora. It's kind of a double whammy.
Right. Okay.
Hey,
good.
Bill,
Thank you,
yeah.
Joe. That was a long. Play him off. That was a long story. I'm somewhat of a 9/11 enthusiast, and
This sounds pretty morbid, but did they find all the people that were killed in 9/11? Did they find all of their corpses or no?
No, they just found the remains of they just identified the remains of two more people.
So what
from 9/11?
So did they just disintegrate because of the heat, or how do you just not find thousands of bodies in rubble after you clean the rubble?
Well, a lot of those people, a lot of the body parts, they were able to identify. But when you had some people that were burned or ash, or they would find a tooth, they had to sift through so much stuff. But they're still finding, or they're still identifying 9/11 victims as recently as a couple of months. There are 1,100 victims whose remains have not been found or identified. That's
crazy.
1,100?
And that's a third.
I was going to say, there's 3,000 people that were killed.
Yeah. 2 months ago, detectives showed up at this woman's home in Long Island, and they said, we're here about your grandmother. And they had identified Dorothy Morgan's remains, who had been in the rubble of the Twin Towers. And so it took them that long to identify. So there's still people working actively on identifying people's stuff. Testing and retesting the 22,000 body parts painstakingly recovered from wreckage after the attacks. Scientists are still testing the vast inventory of unidentified remains for a genetic connection to 1,100 people. 40% of the Ground Zero death toll are still without a match.
That is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. 20 years later, you're like, okay. I mean, they're gone, obviously.
But you just find an arm and you're like, don't worry, I'm trying to help you. And then you lift up the rock or whatever it is, and it's literally just an arm. That would ruin me forever.
Well, yeah, that's why those people needed counseling, and a lot of them have cancer because, of course, right after that, everybody's like, the air's fine, there's nothing wrong. 2 giant buildings fell down, but the air was fine, so obviously it wasn't, and people are still dying of cancer and blah, blah, blah. But I was watching a documentary on something along those lines, and they were or just identifying people, and this lab supervisor does DNA, was talking about, they have this thing called a bone mill that crushes remains so they can extract DNA.
Ew.
And so that's what they use for a lot of these people. They're still trying to identify who they are from 9/11. I got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Tribe game tonight, 8:10 here on MMS. They're in Kansas City playing the Royals. You want to tune in? Your first pitch is then. Your pregame coverage will begin shortly after 7:30 tonight. Then they'll wrap up that series in Kansas City tomorrow night, and then 3 weekend games against the Texas Rangers in Texas. And that's all she wrote for the Cleveland Indians era. And then we just wait until the end of March for a Cleveland Guardians opening day. Mike, hello. What's going on?
Hey, Alan. Just making sure this works. I thought there was like a connection problem during the sports break. The audio just cut out for no reason for a few seconds.
Okay.
I was wondering if you had caught wind of the poor young kid in Texas who was just trying to, hit his diesel truck, roll some coal, and some Antifa bicyclists just jumped out in front of him, started throwing their bikes under the truck. A few people got ran over. It was really sad. I mean, they're really just trying to butcher this kid. Like, it was crazy. It happened down in Houston.
Yeah, I have no clue anything. I haven't heard anything about that. A guy ran over some people on their bikes?
Yeah, it was a young kid. I think he was like 16, 17. He was just trying to roll some coal. It's like these days you can't even, throw extra diesel fuel into the exhaust and blow out a bunch of black smoke, take off, the particle filters.
Gosh. All right.
Into people's faces anymore without, Antifa going nuts and trying to hurt this kid. They're really trying to butcher this kid now. I mean, like, people were calling for him to be charged with something. And not be let home.
They're really railroading him.
Yeah.
A 16-year-old driver who was trying to roll coal on a group of 8 cyclists who were training for Ironman, the Ironman triathlon, and then he ran them over.
I guess
okay.
They were crying a bunch because they needed a helicopter to take them to the hospital. I mean,
who's going to pay for it, though, right?
Yeah, right. Okay. The reason he couldn't stop is because he was accelerating to blow more diesel fuel on cyclists. I see. 4 people hospitalized, and the kid, they didn't charge him with anything, I guess. Listen, I told you, there are two. You don't want to get this.
To drive the truck home. I believe he actually got to drive the truck home.
Well, it is Texas.
Yeah.
A. B.
They only care about fetuses.
You don't want to. Yeah, once you're grown, they don't care about you at all. Once you're born, they do not give a fat frog's ass. But while you're in there cooking, well, when you're still just a little glob of goo, they care all about you. But you don't want to get the cycling community on your bad side. I will say that too. Hey, globagool. Hey, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, I was going to say, in Texas, he's not actually 16, he's 17, because it's the date he was conceived is when birth.
Right. Well, I don't know if that's what's on his driver's license, but yeah, who knows? But yeah, hopefully they'll get a better outcome, Mike.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
All right, thank you, pal. There's Mike. I don't know if he's calling from Texas or if he's just talking about that story. But by the way, everybody's been hitting me up about this today. Apparently, they did confirm on the morning show. Charlie hits me up on Monday and goes, "Can you send me that audio?" Mary was gone when we were talking about the bathroom jacker, right?
Mhm.
You were out when this whole thing came to light.
I think I heard it, though.
I was in the men's room earlier that day, and I surreptitiously recorded someone who was having a whiz. I couldn't see him. I was in 3rd or 4th stall down, and somebody came in and had a very loud pee.
And it wasn't the pee that was loud.
No, it was them. They were enjoying
it. Relief
immensely
that they were vocalizing.
Yeah, they were really going at it. And we couldn't figure out what was going on. Then there was the theory that got floated that maybe they were releasing themselves in another way in the
just
urinal.
because it sounded like such a release that is like, man, that's not what it sounds like when I have to take a really like hard pee.
Right. So Charlie hits me up, texts me, and goes, "Hey, can you send me that audio?" And I go, "Yeah." And so apparently they confirmed this morning that is, in fact, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I heard it. I was on my way to the gym, and Rover's like, "Hey, Jeffrey, let me ask you this." And this is one of the times...
Leads him right into it.
And sometimes Jeffrey, I feel like he's a deer in the headlights, and he will lie about things that he doesn't need to lie about.
Sure.
So I want to give him credit for this one, where they're like, this sounds... and the timeline matches up with being you, and he's like, yeah, this one was me. So I want to give him credit for just coming clean on this one.
For not lying.
And not lying.
Well, but also Jeffrey listens to this show.
Yeah.
So he was probably well apprised if he heard me play that, that was him. So there was going to be no reason. But you're right. Sometimes I guess he'll lie about things that, they don't ask. They're not going to ask a question they don't already know the answer to.
The guy's got it tough, though, because no matter every single thing he does, whether it's at the show or out in his personal life, and yes, he's somewhat strange, is under a microscope.
He's never off the clock, as it were, with the public.
So no matter what he does, he's always going to get the third degree about it. Now, I think the strategy going forward would be to tell the truth about the situation. But for him, he handles it the way he handles it. But in this case, he took it on the chin like a champ.
So that must have been less fun for them, though, if he copped to it immediately.
I mean, he kind of danced around it, and then there was something about peeing on the floor that no one accused him of.
He gave up more information. Yeah, I see. All right, well, then there you go. Yeah. Then that was because even on Friday when I played that, I was like, there aren't that many people here anymore. So there's a finite number of people it could be. We theorized, we kind of took some suspects out of contention. I'm like, that's not a Mike Snyder. That's not a Bill Wills. It's not a Mark Nolan. This was in the morning. I was in there, a little after 10, I think. And so, obviously there were people who thought it might be Jeffrey. But again, there was no way for me to confirm that because I couldn't see who it was. I could only hear. And I'm bummed that I didn't start recording sooner because there was a lot before that. I got you the tail end.
Yeah.
Because I didn't at first realize what was happening. I'm not in there to listen, and the radio's on in there. I'm not paying attention to someone peeing, but then it became very apparent there was a lot of verbal gesticulation going on. I was like, "Oh, I got to get this."
Yeah, that was
the tail end. Yeah, it was very
needed pee. Like that was a relief.
What is he drinking?
He drinks a lot of coffee and a lot of water, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
The is what gets me.
And the real eagle-eared listeners, by the way, a couple of them nailed it. They go, is that If You Leave from OMD in the background? Remember Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark? They had a song called If You Leave, and that was on in the background because...
It's a great song.
It is a good song.
Because it's the lake, and they'll play anything.
I think it was Magic.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
70s and 80s.
Yeah, Magic or the Lake, one of those two stations was playing that song, so that's what happened to be on. For whatever reason, because I used to just reflexively turn the men's radio to MMS, for whatever reason, there's an in-house buzz when MMS is turned on any of the speakers. There's this buzz, but you can't enjoy anything because it's just buzzing, and I don't know why that is. Maybe because it's the buzzard.
Oh, they took it a little too literally.
Could that be it? Okay, so for everybody telling me thank you, I didn't hear it, but I guess it was here when it happened. Nobody came down to my office, but Charlie had asked me for the audio, and I asked him what he thought. And I think he initially told me that he didn't think it was Jeffrey. And so I was like, all right, well, I'd love to know who it is.
Well, I think
and
we
now
got
we know.
it. I think
Problem
we know.
solved.
Yep.
Now we know.
Just another case closed by the Alan Cox Show.
Yeah. It was a real missed opportunity for William Friday to be on the case, quite frankly, but we weren't going to...
Forgot about that bit.
Yeah. So this is just to... We'll do a little cosplay here for people who might not be familiar with... Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, there you go.
You don't like this kind of music, Mary?
No. Well, I don't hate it.
You're
but
too
it's
young
just
for this
like,
kind of music.
It doesn't do anything for me.
I love it.
If it's on in a Kohl's, I'm not mad.
On it, that's where you'll hear it.
Happy to
On
be
in
in
a
a Kohl's.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, who's not happy to be in a Kohl's with that Kohl's cash, the savings you get?
Man, I almost slept with a $35 candle from Kohl's the other day. I love those woodwick candles. I've talked about them before where they like crackle and like a fire because the wick is made out of wood, and it was like a trilogy one, which means it has 3 different scents, and they were all fall. It was like pumpkin spice, and then like apple, cinnamon, and then like blackberry currant. And I'm like, God, I need this candle, but I didn't.
You thought I need this candle? I need it.
Telling you.
Go return that toilet seat. You're $10 away from getting that candle.
Yeah, but I can't sit on the candle to pee.
You don't know that.
It'll put the flame out.
And you get to light it again.
Somebody texted me in the break, and this is what I was trying to get to, but I whiffed it. They did it better. They texted and said, I picture Mary's toilet as Freddie Mercury in profile.
Yeah, actually, kind of.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It's not that bad. It's not
You
great.
brought it up. I don't know anything about your toilet situation. You mentioned it, that it was something that you got the wrong
I didn't
toilet
mention
seat.
anything. A texter ratted me out. A texter said, Alan asked Mary about her toilet seat.
Didn't you say you posted it?
I put it on my Instagram because I thought it was funny.
That's a public forum. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like, I didn't see
But I
it,
didn't
but I
bring
mean...
it up.
Huh?
I didn't bring it up here.
No, I said you mentioned it.
Yes.
On a
my
public
story, yeah.
forum. Right.
Because I was laughing at how stupid it looked. I was just like, you idiot, what are you doing?
How do you like my Freddie Mercury toilet?
Whatever.
Alan, maybe it wasn't relief. Maybe there was burning.
Ooh, yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to speculate about Jeffrey's penis. Far from it. I have zero interest in doing that.
But, no, I'm just kidding.
Or his butt. But, you know. Reminiscent of the time Detective Frank Drebin forgot that he was wearing a wireless mic.
Oh, yes.
Did you see the thing with Letterman talking to Kevin Durant?
That is so funny.
Oh,
And
it's the best because
the best is the reactions to it.
Because there are a lot of people that don't know who Dave Letterman is.
Yeah.
Which makes it perfect. I'm sure he couldn't be happier with this.
So my buddy is a comedian, and I guess he doesn't really do stand-up anymore, but he does. He writes for House of Highlights and like curates all their stuff. He works for them. And he posted the clip, but like Letterman's his hero.
Yeah,
he's
same.
around our age.
Yeah.
Like he's like 36 or 37. Loves David Letterman, and his soul left his body reading all the comments of all the people on his Instagram page not knowing who David Letterman is.
They have no clue who Letterman is.
And they're like, who is this idiot that doesn't know why Kevin Durant is called KD?
Why does Kevin Durant not know who David Letterman is?
I think Kevin Durant knew what was going on.
He sure didn't look like it, boy.
No, I think he actually
He's
plays
got a hell of a poker face.
I think he plays a pretty good straight man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So David Letterman goes, hey,
I think it's hilarious that he was even at media day.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's so funny.
We are getting to the point in Letterman's life, by the way, where he's clearly getting bored of being out on the farm. Because he was Johnny Carson for a while. Like when Carson left, you never saw him again until he died. Wasn't even in the news. Letterman's like doing the Netflix thing and doing this other thing. But now he's starting to creep out into other things.
Reemerge.
He's getting bored. Yeah.
That's great because I want more stuff like this because it is so funny.
Yeah, he goes, I'm Dave from Basketball Digest.
Dave from Basketball Digest. Kevin.
And by the way, he's not on camera. It's just the audio. He's on the mic and Kevin Durant
and I think it's
is
just
sitting there.
Zoom,
He's just
right?
trolling.
It sounds like Zoom.
Oh, it is Zoom?
It sounds like a Zoom audio.
Oh, well, that's why Kevin Durant didn't know, because he probably can't even see him.
Either way, that's beautiful.
It's still funny.
Yeah.
Dave from Basketball Digest. Kevin, KD, why do people call you KD? Can I call you KD? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
My first name is Kevin.
Right.
And my second name, my last name is Durant with a D.
KD. This year, what percentage do you plan on giving on the court? 90, 95, 100, 110? What are we looking at?
110.
110. Dave.
Okay, so
That's
Zoom
awesome.
makes a lot of sense, because if he had seen him, he would have immediately known it was Dave. Okay, so he's just hearing a voice then.
That's so funny.
That makes
so
sense.
funny.
Yeah,
though.
that's funny.
And being someone like David Letterman, if you're like, hey, I need to get in on this conference, no one's going to tell you no. Like if it's
Right,
a
he can
Zoom
get any
link, like
media
has,
access he wants.
That's so, and he's just like, I'm gonna go mess with Kevin Durant for a little while.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Why do they call you KD?
I wish he would have framed it like a woman's name. Like, why do they call you Katie?
Katie. No, it's KD. Yeah, Zoom. Okay.
What kind of effort are you going to give this year?
That's so funny.
And 90, 95, 100, 110. What are we looking at?
110%.
So simple. And then the reactions on all these different sports, like Instagrams and Twitter, they're just like, I can't believe this guy doesn't know why he's called KD. He's an idiot, dumbest guy ever.
Okay, so yeah, but again, those are all people like under 35 too. There's nobody over 30 or 35. I'll be safe. There's nobody over 35 doesn't know who Dave Letterman is.
Probably not.
But again, if you couldn't see him, that goes a long way. If you just heard.
So one of my buddies he's really into basketball and he collects sneakers and stuff. And I saw his comment and he's like, who is this idiot? And I'm like, you didn't read the caption, did you? And he goes, oh man, he got me. Because he obviously knows who David Letterman is, but he didn't read he was just so quick to react.
But also,
it's so
even
funny.
if you don't know who David Letterman is, you have to know that there's a guy trolling when he goes, right. But it's not that he's stupid, it's that he's playing around.
But people don't go into a lot of things, especially with sports, thinking it's going to be comedy. So there's this sketch series that they made. So there's this kid that his mom works for Nike, and they made a bunch of money because this guy was getting all these exclusive sneakers from Nike and then reselling them on his own.
Oh, right.
And then these comedians wrote this series or like this sketch about this guy. Like it's like a fake documentary about this kid selling sneakers and kind of it's like it's kind of got like a Breaking Bad kind of feel to it.
Yep.
And he's going through, and our friend Jimmy Graham played the kid, and all these people like they thought it was the real kid.
The mom got fired, right?
Yeah, the mom got fired, but they thought in this sketch that is obviously like silly and funny.
Right.
They thought this is the real kid, and they're like, "Screw this kid, we hate this kid." And then everybody else is like, "That's not the real kid. He's a 40-year-old man." Someone called him a mayo monkey. Like
a what?
A mayo monkey.
What is a mayo monkey?
I don't know. White dude. I don't know.
Oh, I see. They meant Mayo Clinic. I was like, what?
Nobody could just take it as like a silly sketch. They just run with it as like they just get angry in the comments so fast.
And the thing is, if you took a second, and I think most people, like, if you don't get yourself immediately into a froth, most people aren't very good actors. So it's like you can tell if you take an extra beat that something's probably a goof.
Right. But people don't
They
take
don't.
that beat.
Boy, they get worked up
Especially the younger they are, they
immediately.
just go right at it.
It's
I
so
mean, you look at the
weird.
comments that we get on this show every day. There's people that they won't wait till you get to the punchline. Here's another example of that. When I went and saw Lewis Black a couple weeks ago at Hilarities, he's going through this bit and he's trying to explain the difference between three different things like healthcare, your politics, and one other thing. And it's such a silly joke, and I don't want to give it all away. But before he gets to the punchline, some lady that is like, I don't know, a Trump supporter is what it seemed like, starts booing him, and he's like, just hold on. And he gets to the punchline, and it's the silliest, stupidest punchline you've ever heard. But because this lady won't wait till the end,
right,
she's all worked up when it has nothing to do with what she thought it was going to be.
And how does a MAGA chick end up going to Lewis Black, by the way?
There was a couple of them, and it was so
Wow,
funny.
you have not. They must have gotten free tickets or something.
Or been like a friend as a fan or something like that.
No, I think they thought because he's angry, he was going to be angry about what they were angry about. And then he's up there, and like someone yelled out something like Trump, and because he was ripping on Biden for a little bit, and he goes, and then this last president, he doesn't even say Trump by name, and they go, woo! And he goes, oh, please. and just the way he says it with his voice and his disgust.
He doesn't suffer fools
Yeah,
gladly.
it
By the
was
way,
very
people are
great.
telling me that Letterman was in the room with Kevin Durant.
Okay, so he's in the
They're
room.
like,
Yeah.
Letterman obviously doesn't look the same as he did when he was on TV, but he's had that look for long enough now where I would think that people would know. Anyway, it's really funny. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in before we get out of here, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
1017 WMMS.
I neglected to mention because we were gone. I was on sick Monday and Tuesday. Terry the Goat went 6-6.
Hey,
Week 3.
50%.
Yeah, we'll get week 4 from her tomorrow, but I did want to get that in before we got the new round. She picked Browns over the Bears.
Woo!
She picked the Steelers over the Bengals. That didn't go the way Pittsburgh wanted. And yeah, so 6-6. So we'll get the next round from Terry the Goat out from Carlton, PA tomorrow on the show. Just in time for Thursday Night Football. We got to go. What do you have coming up, William?
This weekend, I'm going to be at Hilarities Friday and Saturday with Nick Griffin. You can get tickets at hilarities.com. New episode of The Bill Squire Show comes out Thursday at 9 p.m. I just do it all right then. You can watch on the YouTube and chat along with us or just listen to the podcast. And then thanks to everybody. The numbers have been up this week, which is cool. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Mary?
Oh, you guys can follow me on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter Mary_Santora, and we are about a little over a month away from me headlining at Hilarities. I'll be there Thursday, November 4th. So if you guys want to go ahead and grab tickets for that now, that would be very, very cool.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, a new Poundcake podcast tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. We will return live tomorrow, around 2 o'clock. The aforementioned Nick Griffin will be in here on Friday, too. Excited to talk to him. And anything you missed today, you can listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app. The Week in Cox is also a podcast now, if you can listen on the app. That airs Sunday mornings. That's just 2 hours of the best stuff from the preceding week, 8 to 10 a.m. on Sunday. If you're not up early, though, you can listen to the podcast. And if you prefer to watch the show, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And you can leave a message anytime on the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. So we'll return tomorrow on 2 o'clock. Tribe game tonight. One of the last ones in the Indians era. They're in Kansas City to play the Royals. That's an 8-10 start. So shortly after 7:30 is when pregame will get underway.